And hello everybody. Welcome back to the second day of the second qualifier for the Challenger Major 2, as we get to watch what teams are going to progress in the losers bracket or the lower bracket today and actually make it to qualify.
Yep, I'm Jafafa here with my lovely co-host Cave Nub here. Today we'll be showing you guys who will qualify today in the day 2 of this qualifier. We had 4 teams qualify last weekend. Those teams
Yep.
being Covert, I believe, and we had Team Warning, Nexus, and Skyhammer.
Yep.
So we're gonna have 4 more teams today join those other teams for the finals next weekend.
Of course, we had Trex and Legit Bongo make it in the winners bracket, the upper bracket yesterday, so they've already qualified. So we're basically waiting for the last two teams to make it in the lower bracket to make it to B29 in the bracket. If you want to check out the bracket here, of course, and follow along with us, you can check. But the two teams that will make it to that B29 in the lower bracket, if you look at the tournament bracket tab on the website there, those are the two teams that are going to qualify as well. So any team that does not make it there will not be able to qualify to the playoffs.
Yeah, and we did have Legit Bongo and Trix, like you say, qualify, but they still could potentially face each other again for see who gets the better seeding to get the 5th place. I believe it's 5th or 8th that they're fighting for. So we will see. The prediction is also live for who will win this best of 5. We're going to be watching ENP versus Twilight as our first match. Go over some of the players on those teams. We'll start with Team Twilight. They have their team captain Juju, Mango C, Ian 94491, Ghost MF9, IGL Norpan, and Jesse Drutman.
Yep.
And for ENP, who do they have, Cave?
ENP saw this team twice yesterday, I think. We got to watch it twice yesterday. They have Neme, Holly KNN, Mart, Bustler, and Wakatake. So, only 5 players signed up for that, but I don't think we got to see Twilight at all so far. I think we managed to miss out on them completely. So this will be interesting to see a team.
Today.
Yeah, we get to see a team we haven't seen before. Of course, in the other match that's going to be starting at the same time, we have AWWMB and Alliance versus each other as well. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top of that, because of course the match we're going to be watching is going to show who is going to fight off Palms, who went to the lower bracket yesterday, a step ahead in another round over ENP and Twilight, of course. So, this is basically just us deciding who's going to actually fight this team that is already waiting for them.
Yeah, and if you guys are wondering more information about the current tournament, it is a 4 versus 4 air-only tournament, and the lineups of vehicles are around, I think, the 12-0 to 11-0 area of the Air RB kind of battle ratings. So Phantoms have the early F-15s, some F-16s, so the earlier Mirage 2000s, some of the Kafirs for Israel. We did see some of the MiG-29s as well. So a lot of MiG-29s, a lot of F-15s throughout the tournament. Usually the standard meta did see a F-16A, the French one, I think it's Belgian, with the 6 A9Ms there come out as well. But no other surprises. No one picking out the Tornado ADV. But we did see a Mirage 2000 as well.
We saw one Mirage 2000 yesterday, and last weekend we saw a few as well from Keki's team. But as well, last weekend I think I saw an F-16 AJ, the Japanese one that has the 2 AIM-7Fs and 9Ls. But this weekend is basically just no surprises really, just lots of MiG-29s and a few F-15s here and there.
Yeah, so those players like flying out those planes. But for the first round today, the map we will be on is Korea again. So we'll see if anyone decides to take off backwards on the lower side of the map and see if we get another big furball around the B and C caps in that little valley.
It is technically, I guess, called 38th parallel, but my brain is
Yeah.
so old that I just called it Korea because it used to be called Korea.
Did they rename it?
I guess.
Or
Or
is it
maybe
just the name for
maybe just the TSS version
uh
is called 38th parallel.
yeah.
But that's just my brain. I see it and I just think Korea instantly.
Yeah. I mean, it says Korea in big bold letters on the
Mm-hmm.
map itself, so
Yeah.
it's pretty easy to call it that.
Well, looks like the game is going to be starting in about 7 minutes. The first round of this game, EMP versus Twilight. And we'll just have to wait for all the players to show up, of course, and get everybody ready to lock in for their first games because it's not that far away that you don't qualify. You only need to win 2 games here for these teams we're going to watch to actually be able to qualify. And of course, it is pretty important to be able to qualify, of course, because once you're out, and it gives you quite a lot of good prizes as well. As Jaffafa talked about yesterday, there's some decent good league prizes for getting the best places one in the actual playoffs. I mean, there's a lot of coupons, some GE, and some nice in-game titles, decals to flex on your
Yep,
fellow
premium
players to
time as
show
well.
that you are a demon of the 4v4 era. It's always honestly, still to me, I think the coupons are still like the best thing. I mean, maybe that's just me, but like being able to pick some vehicles off the marketplace, because I mean, I think even the first place was 300 Gaiji coin for some of them, which is
Yeah, I think
quite
it
a
was
lot.
300 Gaijin coin for first place for a tank, and then 200 max for the plane.
Yeah.
So getting both a plane and a tank on the market, pretty good deal for getting qualified.
And of course, you get it as I think it said you got it as a coupon, so technically you don't even need to activate it. You could just get a coupon or maybe something you already have, but it's worth a lot of money, so you could resell it later on. Get those
Yeah,
stonks.
but if we
Hold
yeah,
for
get
the
those stocks
stonks.
up. Yeah. But if we want to talk about how EMP and Twilight both got to the lower bracket, we did see EMP as our first game yesterday. EMP versus Artemis. EMP winning 3-2 versus them. And then in the next round, we had EMP versus AWWNB. EMP winning 3-1 versus them, knocking them down. But then EMP got knocked down to the lower bracket by Legit Bongo, who was one of our teams that was fighting for the finals in the upper bracket. So they did get knocked out by Legit Bongo, sending them down into the lower bracket, into round 5 of the lower bracket, and EMP did win against Artemis 3-0. So that's how they got to today in round 6 of this lower bracket. But Twilight, on the other hand, I believe they have...
They got a free first round.
Yeah, they got a free first round, and then lost 3-2 versus Dive, which so that sent them down into the lower bracket in round 4. But then they won against Keka's team 3-2, advancing them into round 5 of the lower bracket, and then winning against Agriculture 3-2 as well. So pretty close games in the lower bracket for Twilight. But now they will face off against EMP to try and move on to that round 7 if you're looking at the bracket with us. So we are spectating the B25 section here.
And it looks like we're gonna start in about a minute or so. So good director says that the match has started in 2 minutes. Of course, it's important to note that if you wonder, some people have wondered last weekend as well that if there's no delay, and yes, there's no delay between us and the stream chat itself, but the actual director who is streaming the game to us that we are using a source for is 2 minutes delayed. So there's a little bit of hold, so that make sure that people aren't trying to use the stream to get an advantage. Which is of course nice for us because we can interact directly with chat and not like before where we had to basically talk to you in a 2-minute delay.
Yeah, we would ask chat a question and then we'd already be on the next thing waiting for the answers to roll in. So very nice that we have no delay to you guys, the viewers. Hopefully you guys are having a great day. Hopefully you guys are staying cool out there. It's quite a hot summer. Make sure to drink lots of water. It looks like the match has just started too.
Yes, we're getting into the first round here. As we get onto the Korea map. And That'll be hopefully a good time, because I think a lot of the games yesterday were a pretty good time on this map.
Yeah, a lot of furballs, a lot of action between the two teams on this map. Some
Quite a lot.
people deciding to go down the 8 and 9 line to try and maybe use the
Mm-hmm.
mounds as cover to not get spotted so easily.
Some really cool tactics yesterday, especially the Trex, trying to basically surprise dive when they're fighting against them. I think it was dive. Pretty sure it was, at least when they used the make behind the back to bait. I think it's just Notch Bro to bait him, into firing a 27 ER and hold his lock on the guy in the back and just getting surprised by a person coming over the mountain. But it looks like we have, once again, three big 29s and one F15 for Team ENP, and the same for Team Twilight. As we have the only difference really being that we have a Baz, so the Israeli one for the side of Twilight, and the F15J, the Japanese one, for the side of ENP. So of course, the only real difference there is that the F-15J of Japan can take the A&M free IR missiles, which are pretty similar to 9Ms, but a little bit different on acceleration and that kind of stuff. And the Baz, of course, has the access to Python freeze, which are pretty fast to accelerate off, but I don't think they have IRCCM, so that's, a choice if you want to surprise someone from the rear, but gives you a little bit of a different aspect.
Yeah, looks like MF9 launching off one of their R27 ERs there, trying to hold the lock onto that player in the distance. Still able to hold the lock. Missile is going in on Bustler. See if it
Yeah,
connects
and
here.
it does
Ooh,
not
just able to dodge
connect.
it.
Just able to dodge it, doesn't connect. No, he actually did connect,
Oh,
I
no,
think. He's on fire.
he did get hit. Yeah, it just didn't show up in the battle chat there.
Yeah, as we switch to battle chat, Nemme though get a good shot onto the MiG-29 there, and he gets hit by a missile, I think, at the same time. Yahali KNN connected with Juju, so it's going to be Juju down, so trades back and forth for both teams once again. MF9 now launching on Nemme, Nemme being able to notch that missile off, as we have a little bit of a 1v1 going to go off here. But not, there's actually a player though for the side of ENP right behind, but I think that's Buster spinning down to the ground maybe. Or no, it actually is not. MF9 going to go in for the shot here on Nemme. Not going to be able to connect, going a bit too fast. Nemme, of course, going to roll him behind. He's got Holly to help him out here. Might get a shot here onto MF9, spraying a lot, and does finally connect.
Yeah, MF9 losing both of his wings there and being set on fire, gonna go down. But looks like Mingo C on the 6 of Wakitake here.
Yeah,
launching off a missile and takes him out with the Sparrow there.
manages to connect.
So it will be Jesse Dripman and Mango versus Holly and Neme. So down to a 2v2.
Down to a 2v2. Probably a lot of 27 ERs probably gone by this point. A lot of missiles. We lost. Mango C has lost one rudder and a flap, so at some point he took some damage, it seems. So maybe
yeah,
a
might have
little
gotten
bit
splashed, perhaps.
a little bit worse control maybe for his aircraft there, but it's going to be interesting because the F-15J couldn't be a benefit, of course, with how much Vulcan ammo you have, but Holly's staying really up high. He's looking for this secondary player of Team Twilight, as Neme and the F-15 of Mango C is going to engage each other in a slow rolling motion, going to go up, going to get slow, which is going to make them both easy targets for anybody coming in to try to help, but at the same time, Holly, yes, he's going to give Neme the distance he wants. He's going to go fight the other player to make sure that he's staying, could fully control 1v1s, and that lost flap on the F-15 is going to be a problem, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Neme is able to pull a little bit harder. Then Mango able to get the shots on. Ooh, just gets onto the engine, sets him on fire, takes out Mango.
Now
So Holly also coming in.
Yeah, heading away. He
Has
broke
Jesse
up
German
his
right
fight.
behind him.
Switching fights, saying, "Hey, you got your kill. Now we can help each other out." R60M and it was an S-24 launch, I think. Nothing really going to come out of that, and I think he has one R60 left on that right wing for Jesse Drippin, but not much of a chance, I would say. No ticket bleed really for either team, but they're going to be able to, EMP's going to be able to cap points actually, so he's trying to decap the A point, but Neme gonna head over towards the C point, so EMP already knowing that they just need to force ticket bleed onto Jesse Drippin to make sure that he has no way of winning this game in the end.
Yeah, putting pressure on Jesse German to try and take out Holly here in this 1v1 while Neme goes for that C-cap, get the ticket bleed back in their favor. But Holly just spraying wildly at Jesse German from over a kilometer and then rolls back in, tries to get shots back on with Jesse German. Going to be almost reversing Holly here. Holly making sure that Jesse German does not have a shot on him. Going up here, Holly does have 2 missiles
Yeah, he's got to be a little
Jesse
bit
German
careful
does
here
have
because
one.
Jesse Dripping could get a shot here once he drops on top of him, but I think Holly just keep energy to keep himself out of the gun. He's gonna pull it back right up, and Jesse Dripping does not enough energy. Even with the flaps out, he's trying his best to get a gunshot, and Holly has put himself in a good situation here, just being able to keep his plane out of the gun side, of course, and just keeping more energy. So he's definitely outrating at this point.
Yeah, Holly having more energy here. Looks like Neme is coming back though to help out Holly. If
Oh,
Holly could just stay alive for a
Jesse
little bit
Dripping
longer, Neme
tries
will be
to
here to help.
he tried to press the button and the Hail Mary R60 as his engines run out of fuel, I think. Because I just saw his afterburners just turned off right before he jade out there, so I think that was all she wrote for his aircraft and its fuel level. It's
And
gonna
he
be
got no
first,
gas in it.
yeah. EMP gonna take the first round there pretty nicely. Instant, trades off the start, 2 versus 2, and just EMP being able to control the dogfights much better to take their first control there.
Yeah, looking at the scoreboard, it is Neme and Holly for EMP, both getting 2 kills and 3 caps apiece there. But over on Team Twilight, it is Mango with a kill and a cap, Jesse Drittman with a cap, and MF9 with a kill as well. So Holly and Neme doing some heavy carrying there. Lots of caps, lots of points. 2 kills apiece, able to secure EMP the first round win here. These are going to be best of 5s as well, so you have to win 3 rounds of 5.
Mm-hmm.
And currently EMP just won their first round, so they just need 2 more to knock Twilight out of this qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, just looked like initial trades were a bit iffy from both teams, just everyone trying to engage each other with R27ERs. Of course, Buster kind of just going down to the R27ER, not thinking he was going to be able to out energy, I think. That 27ER barely had enough energy, and we thought, it missed at first, but I guess it
Yeah,
just caught him at the lip
it was
of
looking
its.
like it was just past the tail of Bustler there, but did take him out just on the wrong chat there. Weren't really sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, was a really good early pick by Twilight. But then EMP just trading right back, taking out another player. I think it was Juju there.
Yeah, Juju got traded back pretty much instantly after you got the trade onto Bustler. And then I think MF9 also going down as well in trade for Wakatake by Mango C taking on Wakatake as well. And then it was just down to the 2v2. But definitely the damage and the F15, of course, in the 1v1, especially with the Mingnan Flick 29s, is probably a little bit weaker, especially in those vertical fights. And I mean, having no one rudder plus the fact you're missing a flap and a little bit of airframe damage, you're going to bleed so much more speed, right?
Yeah,
So
it
you're
was
just not going to be able to maintain
pretty.
speed to actually rate nicely, and just
Yeah,
makes you a free target pretty much.
yeah, pretty tough situation for the Baz there of Mango C, but definitely put up a pretty good fight for against EMP. EMP might be the favorites here, but looking at the prediction, it is currently 50-50 between both teams. But yeah, EMP definitely looking a little bit stronger there so far
Yep.
as the next round is kicking off.
We go in for second round. EMP with a 1 point, needing 2 more to win, and of course Twilight needing 3. So good start for EMP. As long as you win like this, I think it's to be honest, I think it's fine. If you can lose 2 players or even 3, but as long as you come out on the top of those, end of game dogfights, I think it's all good.
Yeah, if it gets down
Definitely,
to 2v2 or 1v1 and it's isolated like that, like we saw with Holly and it was
yeah. Knowing
Jesse
Holly,
German
who
all the
loves
way on the other
to
side of the map.
duel quite a lot, it's probably definitely what he wants to force because he knows that he is very, very competent at those end game duels, just being able to stay cool in them and keep his energy, knowing how he needs to rate to be able to outrate his enemy. So I feel like he really wants to play into those, and it's very smart by MP knowing that they have that asset of a good duelist pilot to finish off those 1v1s at the end.
Yeah, definitely a pretty strong suit for their team.
So we can see, I think those are ANM frees on Busters. He's definitely using them as well for the 9Ms, and I even think that Jesse or Mango C is also using one side of 9Ms and one side of Python, so you get a little bit more asset. You can use the 9Ms in the side aspect shots that 9M is so good at, but if you get a rear shot, you use the Python frees, which are much harder to actually flare away, especially how fast they accelerate from a rear aspect. You know, you've got to turn off your burner and flare and turn into the missile, which is completely against what the 9M will do. But R27ERs are once again coming out to start. No connection there for Holly's first missile onto Mango C as he rushes in. Bustler now in a, not the best spot, I would say. He's a bit high. He's got to watch out for the missiles for Mango C in return. And yes, he will get taken down by Mango C. The AIM-7M does connect. Neme is also going to go down at the same time. So Buster on fire. Jesse dripping down for Team Twilight. So the trade's not going in the favor of EMP this time. Mango C, though, going to go down to a missile in return. Down to a 2v2, I would say.
Yeah, Bustler is currently spinning it down into the ground there in the middle of the map. So it is going to be Holly and Wakatake versus MF9 and Juju here in this second round. Looks like MF9 trying to go for Wakatake here. Maybe an S24 launch missiles out.
Oh, and he clips the tree, I think.
Just clips the tree. Loses a wingtip.
Still alive, technically. And I think, honestly, Holly here is going to rocket that S24 or that R27 over S24s in the head on, be able to dodge that. MF9 basically out of the fight at this point because turning that MiG-29 around is going to take forever. Holly now knows that he can pull in on Juju basically for free. Sprays a lot, does not be able to connect, does not have enough lead, but Wakatake also be able to turn in here and get some shots into Juju, and this looks pretty much hopeless for him at this point.
Yeah, very unfortunate for MF9. He does go down, does crash. Team Tree taking their first kill today. Wakatake trying to get onto the 6 of Juju here to take him out.
Yeah, Wakatake
can't pull.
He's probably going to get a shot here, and there goes the wingtip and the entire wing of Juju, and that's going to be the second round for Team EMP. Bustler actually stayed alive quite a long. He wasn't actually spinning on fire. I think he just got very, very quick and just kept flying in a straight line, launching some missiles off, you know, to distract people, which is going to help to secure the round, but definitely that tree, Team Tree for MF9 ruining their chances to take that 2v2. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate flying there from MF9.
Yeah, just
gotta watch out for Team Tree.
Just pulling in, you know, he rolled to get away from the missile, and I guess that roll just put him perfectly into that treetop.
But it looks like, yeah, looking at the scoreboard here, we have Wakatake with all 3 kills for ENP. Team Tree getting the 4th one there for them, helping them out. But Team Twilight, Mango C getting a kill and a cap there, and Juju getting a kill as well. But they will go down to ENP this round. ENP up 2-0 now. So we will see if ENP will make it a clean sweep or if Team Twilight can knock off a round off ENP. Obviously, these teams are trying to qualify for the finals next weekend. And currently, ENP are looking like they're going to try and continue on in this lower bracket here. Obviously, if they lose, if any team loses, they will be out of the qualifier. So they're trying to stave off elimination. EMP looks like they just wanted just a little bit more.
Yeah, it just looks like they wanted a little bit more, as you say. Maybe, of course, it maybe shows a thingy because it's, you know, Twilight did get eliminated pretty quickly. Of course, they fought a pretty hard opponent in Dive early on in the upper bracket fight, but they, you know, managed to make it through here. They beat Keka's team, which was actually a 3-2, so pretty close. They barely beat Agriculture as well, 3-2, so they've been, you know, fighting back as hard as they can. So basically all their games they played, except the one versus Sigma in the lower bracket, was a 3-2. So maybe it's possible. Maybe they got reverse swept. Maybe they reverse swept their game, so we'll see if they can fight back or not.
Yeah, it seems like their 2 lower bracket games that they've played before this were to round 5. So we'll see if they can force it to round 5, or ENP will just knock them out. And this next round here, it is match point for ENP.
Yeah, it's just interesting to see these early duels. I mean, it feels like even kind of a mistake, I would say, by Bustler there, just being a bit too high, knowing the Mango C is coming in low, because, you know, Holly obviously knew that he was there, launching a missile on him from above. The R27 are coming up from high above. It just felt like he was out of position, and it felt like that was not going to work out well for Team EMP, you know, losing that. They lost 2 players pretty quickly. But
yeah, they did trade pretty quickly after that, taking out the 2 players there and evening it back up to a 2v2. So it definitely seems like when the kills start coming, they start rolling pretty hard currently. But being able to trade is definitely a favorable outcome of the team versus going down a player and not having the numbers advantage.
Yeah. No, definitely, and of course, sadly, Team Tree kind of impacting and making that 2v2 or 2v1,
Yeah.
just making it pretty much unwinnable. Because Juju just he doesn't have the distance. He's not on an opposite side of the map with one of those players. He was pretty much in the center with everybody. So of course, those two EP players are ready to go instantly to fight him 2v1. So
Yeah,
of
Converge
course,
shot on pretty hard.
those are pretty winnable sometimes when you have a 1v1 that's very separated from the other team, or if you have ticket pressure maybe, but none of those advantages for Juju. So unfortunately, he will go down by himself towards Wakatake, and Holly just spraying bullets everywhere. It felt like.
Yeah, I mean they did connect at the end, giving them the win. So
Yeah, as we get most of the players to join the lobby once again, I'll just wait for them to ready up. Maybe Twilight and the team MP are taking a little bit of breather after those two first rounds. They were pretty quick and pretty intense in some ways.
yeah, I think Twilight might be taking a little bit of a break here, maybe re-strategize, because they were looking pretty good in the opening few minutes there, but after trading and going 2 for 2, and then losing the 2v2, maybe they want to try and maybe go for a different plan, maybe a different opener, or maybe try and group up on the other side of the map, or maybe even switch planes as well, or swap out players. You can do that as well. Like Twilight has quite a few players on the roster. Maybe they want to swap someone in.
Yeah,
well.
and I feel like they can, because they're not terrible at the trades at the start, so they just, if they can manage to do those trades once again, they're definitely winnable. They just gotta clutch up those last, as we get into the third round here, they just gotta clutch up those duels at the end, it feels like.
Yeah, that does seem to be the deciding factor of these first 2 rounds here, but EMP just needs one more round win to continue on in this lower bracket here. Try and qualify for the finals of this Challenger Series Air Superiority 4v4. Let's see here. Has anything changed? Nope. It's going to stay the exact same for EMP and Twilight. So Twilight thinks that they may have re-strategized, came up with a new plan. Might be able to take out EMP here. EMP know that their lineup is solid, winning the last 2 rounds. No changes from them.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Maybe we'll see if Twilight go anywhere else on the map maybe at this point, or if they're gonna stick to this middle duel, because it's been very compared to yesterday, the EMP game we watched on this map, it was very spread out. We had a lot of players going to the map border, skirting the sides of the map, going up high, and this felt like a lot more concentrated this time. Of course, we have MF9 going pretty far north, I would say, on the map, turning in maybe a little bit, but he's definitely gone a little bit further north than before.
Yeah, it looks like it is being launched on, but isn't currently locked. So one of the players of EMP trying to let their R27 fly a little bit before relocking him, maybe catching him off guard at the last second.
Yeah, and he's definitely realized now that maybe he needs to die for the deck, and he's decided to do that. He's just not gonna fight this 27 ER duel. He's gonna turn back and head for the ground and waste that 27 ER. Of course, giving EMP the position though, they get the map position on the map. They're getting the 8 point.
Yeah, they're gonna get the A cap here.
2 players on Team EMP between the B and C area there, but also 2 players over here. Jesse Drippin right behind the mountains here. He's trying to dodge that 27 ER coming at him. Buster and Mango C gonna go up for the 1v fight here again. Mango C has lost a flap already, so I guess he just managed to rip it off at some point.
Yeah, it does have the 1 Python. It looks like 2 9Ms there, but MF9
no connection here, but Neme, MF9, yeah, you're gonna be able to trade down. Neme and Wakatake are both gonna go down. A bad start for EMP this time. MF9 gonna get traded back. He actually just he got shot down by Holly there in trade as he just launched his 27 ER, so down to a 3v2. Not a great situation because Buster's gotta stay alive now and wait for Holly to be able to come help him, but he's not gonna be in a great situation with missiles coming from every direction. Juju getting taken down by Holly at the same time though, so down to a 2v2. Great job by Holly to equal the numbers up once again. Jesse Drippin and Holly gonna go in for that last minute head on. Holly knows to dodge the S24s though.
Yeah, Jesse Drippin does have 1 more S24 to try and maybe fire it at Holly, but I don't think
Holly might get a shot here. Yes, he actually connects a beautiful shot by Holly. And that's Buster as well, winning his 1v1 on the side versus Mango C. So just dominant start by Twilight, getting 2 kills instantly, but instantly traded back by Holly's own work, it felt like. And just down to 2v2 and losing both their 1v1s. Well played EMP, and that's going to be them taking the win 3-0.
Yeah, it was looking really good there for Team Twilight, taking it down to a 2 versus 3. But EMP Holly taking out 2 players there for Team EMP. Neme also getting a kill and a cap, as well as Bustler getting a kill and 2 caps. Jesse Driven and MF9 the only ones for kills for Team Twilight. Unfortunately, they're going to be out of this qualifier here. But yeah, so congrats for EP for moving on. They're going to be fighting Mace, I believe, in
Yes.
this next round here. And I believe whoever wins those matches will be qualified. So,
Yeah,
but
basically.
for the other, the other games going on currently was AWWNB and Alliance. They're currently AWWNB is currently 2-1 versus Alliance. They're not sure if they're still battling out. We might be able to catch the next round if it goes to round 5, or we might have to wait for the next round overall as well. Have to wait and see for that.
We'll definitely have to see if we can maybe hop in there, but we'll have to see definitely if we're gonna be able to, speed run to the next round, or if we're gonna be waiting for a little while. But once again, that was Team EMP versus Twilight. That means Twilight has sadly been knocked out of the tournament. So unfortunate. It was a good attempt in the end, but those were some pretty close rounds yet again. Going down to 2v2s every time, it felt like.
Yeah.
Team 3 costing them one round. Definitely that could have been winnable, but just EMP just coming out on top of those last minute duels. And I think Palms yesterday got knocked out by Trex 3-2 in that quarter final or semi-final of the winners bracket there. So they put up a fight against Treyarch. So definitely a competent team for EMP to match up here next with, if that's the game we're gonna watch.
Yeah, we'll see. But I think the AWWNB and Alliance game, yeah, I think they might be in their 4th round. So
yeah, currently I think they are in the 4th round. Maybe we can catch them if they manage to get a 2v2 go or a 2-for-2 going, and we'll catch the last round, see who comes out on top. But
yeah,
otherwise we might be in for a little bit of a wait, since the start timer for the next round is 40 minutes. But usually these teams can ready up before then. If as always, people usually want to enjoy the rest of their day, so they just want to get through the tournament as quickly as possible. They're taking a little bit of a break, of course, but I think them as well as us aren't the biggest fans of waiting for 40 minutes for the next match.
yeah. Oh, it does look like AWWNB has won 3-1 versus Alliance, so no round 5 for that game. So
that means that
we will
Alliance has sadly been knocked
yes.
out of the tournament. AWNB goes progress and has to fight Olus in the next round there. And of course, whoever wins in these next 2 rounds, so Palms versus EMP and Olus versus AWNB, whoever wins those will actually qualify for the playoffs. So this is where it all comes down to, I feel like.
Yeah, these are going to be some pretty close matches coming up, as if you win this, you are qualified, but obviously you can still go on to get better seeding as well, maybe getting up to that 5th place if you win against Trex in the upper bracket later today. So we will see, but yeah, we will have a little bit for the next round. But yeah, I think Palmace is going to be the other team here that ENP will be fighting in this next round. They are led by Kimitsu, their team captain. They also have Kind Juice, Spot Q, I Love Passat, and Sharp Boy. We did see a little bit of them yesterday. How they got to the lower bracket here, their story of this qualifier. In the first round, I believe they fought Vey Vladic. They won 3-0 versus them. And then in the second round of the upper bracket, they fought T Caution. They won 3-0 versus T Caution. And then round 3, they fought G-First, won 3-0 versus G-First. And then in round number 4, the upper bracket, Polmace actually fought Trex, which are going to be the raid boss basically of the upper bracket, as they are in the final. But they did lose 3-2 versus Trex, so we're able to get to that round 5.
Yeah, I
And
mean, those were some really close games as well. I mean, the
yes,
reverse sweep by Trex, but every round came down to 2v1. I felt like 2v2 duels every time almost.
yeah. So Polmace did get knocked out of those round 4 of the upper bracket, but they were just basically waiting for ENP to get through the lower bracket to face them today. And so we'll see that in a little bit. But yeah, Olist and AWWNB, in terms of how they got to this lower bracket, Olist in the first round fought UBRM 1-3-0, and then in the next round they fought Alliance 1-3-0 as well. And then in the third round, they fought Agriculture and won 3-2, so a little bit of a closer game there. And then in round number 4, they fought Legit Bongo, which were the other team to fight Trex in the semifinals in the upper bracket. So Olus did go 3-2 versus Legit Bongo, but
Yeah,
they were knocked out. So pretty close between Legit Bongo and Olus there, but they got down to the lower bracket.
looks like we're
And
basically just.
AWWNB.
I was
Oh, were
gonna
you saying,
say,
Cave?
looks like we're just basically just our directors going between the two games currently, just waiting to see who's gonna join up with all the players
Oh, who's
first
ready?
to see who
Who's gonna
starts
ready up
first. So
first?
I guess that's
Yeah.
we're just basically waiting. That's why we set the team names in the little overlay there, just to I guess we will get to wait a little bit and decide what game we're gonna watch first,
Yeah.
depending on who shows up first, pretty much.
Yeah, the prediction was given out as well. Chatter, ENP did win. But the other team in the lower bracket fight here, AWWNB, how they got here. Let's see, in the first round, they fought Squad 66 and won 3-1 versus them. Then they did get knocked out by ENP in the second round of the upper bracket, 3-1. And so that's ended down to the lower bracket where they fought Stratos. They won 3-1 versus Stratos. And then in round number 5 in the lower bracket, they won against G-First 3-1. And then around 6, the other teams fighting round 6 was Alliance. They won 3-1 versus Alliance, so that gave them the ability to move to round 7 and fight Olist for their chance to qualify here.
It looks like we director has decided that we're going to watch Olus versus AWB. So
Yeah, I'll just have to wait for them to ready up though.
WMB. Set that into the loadouts here. Of course, I think we got to see, did we see an Olus game? Yes, we did yesterday, I'm pretty sure. We got to see them lose versus Legit Bongo there, 3-2. And AWMB we also watched, I think, at some point as well, right?
Yeah,
Pretty early on.
We watched them early on, I believe.
Yeah, versus EMP versus AWB
EMP.
when it went 3-1 for EMP, so they got knocked down pretty early, but they managed to fight their way back up and now with the chance of qualifying. So
yeah, we did watch the Olus versus Legit Bongo on Pacific Hidden Base with their F16A. It was looking pretty good for Olus, but I think Legit Bongo reverse swept them if I'm not mistaken. Or no, I think Olus won the first 2 rounds and then Legit Bongo came back.
yeah, so it'd be interesting to see if they're gonna keep doing. The F16A is gonna come out again. Is the map any different for this round?
Let's see. The map is going to actually be Pacific Hidden Base for this round.
So it will definitely be interesting to see if they're gonna use it once again.
Actually, we have no repeated maps for the rest of the day, so
Yeah.
no back-to-back maps. Might be interesting for strategy as well. Teams playing different planes on different maps. Sometimes we see.
Interesting. The final is gonna be on map we have not seen, I think, either weekend.
Yeah, Palo Islands.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen that any weekend so far, so that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I haven't seen Iron Range either. I'm not sure. Did you see it last weekend?
Yeah, we saw a lot of Iron Range early on last weekend, but nothing this weekend. Felt like every game was on Iron Range last weekend. It was hidden base or Iron Range only, pretty much. And then the finals, I think on the second day we had on Norway, but everything else was Iron Range and Pacific hidden base.
Mm. Yeah, it looks like maybe we'll take a short break here while we wait for the teams to ready up. What do you say, Cave?
Yeah, I think we can go take a quick 10-minute break. Of course, we'll pause the break if the teams show up or not, but we will see you in a little bit once again as we go to grab a little breather and grab some water once again and go for a little bit of a walk. So we'll see you in a bit again,
we'll be
chat.
right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back from our little break there. Still waiting for the teams to ready up for the next round. We will be having either Olist and AWWNB or Almace and EMP. I guess whoever decides to start their game first. But I think we are doing the Olist versus AWWNB game.
Does seem like
For
that's what
sure.
we're doing, for sure. We're just waiting for some people on Olus to show up. We got the secret intel from one of the team members that one of the team members is taking a nap and has woken up. So hopefully they'll be here shortly once that player has awoken from the slumber.
Looks like AWWNB is in the lobby, but just waiting for Olist to join up. Hopefully they're waking up from their slumber.
Can kind of understand. Especially on a hot day like this, if you're an EU person, probably taking a day nap. Probably maybe not the best sleep at night. I didn't have the best sleep at night either. Even with my 2 fans pointing at me, trying to keep myself a little bit cool and have some fresh air to breathe while sleeping, was many twists and turns until I finally fell asleep.
Yeah. Definitely pretty hot and humid for me as well. But, I just crank the fan up and it usually helps. What do we think of Johto? I think Johto's one of my favorite casters to cast with and to watch as well. Does a great
Cast
job.
with and watch and hang out with as well. He's a fun person to hang out off stream as well. He's a very nice person to talk and play with. W caster, W streamer, W friend.
W Johto.
Indeed. For the information, it was the secret information from the OS team was that it was Demonuke taking a nap at Megan Fox 3. So you were wrong on that prediction. But yeah. No, sleeping has been interesting. Of course, this game does start a little bit late today, I guess. At least it feels like it's pretty late for a Sunday to start playing, but I guess that's because it's not that many games this week, I guess, as last weekend. Of course, we had less rounds this time because less teams showed up for the second signed up for the second qualifier. Of course, maybe not everyone wanted to try it again that didn't make it, and maybe they just didn't have time. Because I think we had like half the teams this time. So that's why there's so few rounds this time.
28.
I think we only had 5 rounds yesterday and today, and we had 6 both times. Yesterday or last weekend when me and John Claude were casting together, so definitely one less round this time, but we will have to figure it out in some way. Well, I think I did enjoy watching T-Warning because I'm pretty sure they're one of the teams that qualified last time, right? If I remember correctly, they did qualify last weekend, no?
Let me check. Yeah, Team Warning did qualify last weekend.
So,
they got the second position.
I definitely enjoyed watching them then because that means they qualified and got second place, which is nice to see. It's good that they showed up once again as well. Hey.
Yeah, I think their B team T Caution I think is in this qualifier, but they did get knocked out by Artemis in round 4 of the lower bracket.
Unfortunate. I feel like they made it a little bit further last weekend actually. So maybe just the matchups this time.
Yeah, there's some pretty good competition in this qualifier number 2.
Yeah, I feel
but
like it's very.
Wondering,
it feels very stacked this time. There's a lot more teams last time, of course, that you got a lot more random matchups, but definitely every team that almost made it last time is, of course, still here. So it feels like there's a lot of, good teams in this final one. So it feels very competitive at this time.
Yeah, but if you guys are wondering how you can get into the tournament scene, you can go ahead and go over to tss.warthunder.com. There are tournaments running every single day, every single week for you to play in. We have air tournaments, ground tournaments, mixed tournaments, 1v1s, 2v2s if you got some friends, even the 4v4s as well. Sometimes we have some experimental tournaments with a lot of labs series, trying to do something different. Of course, all the tournaments that you enter have some pretty cool prizes as well. Get some golden eagles, some boosters. Someone asking, is it ground or air right now? Right now it is the air 4v4 challenger series. So currently this tournament is going to be air only, but I believe the next one is going to be ground only, and that'll be later in
Yeah,
the
we're
year.
doing the
Or later
Challenger for Major 2,
next month.
so we're doing the 2 qualifiers. So we had the first qualifier last weekend, this is the second qualifier. Next weekend, we're going to start the playoffs, and then, of course, we'll have the finals as well. So with 2 more weekends of this 4v4 air with the same lineups, and then afterwards, I think it's late August is when we have the
Yeah,
Major 3.
late August is Major 3.
So we'll do the Pro Series of Major 3 there, where it's going to be 4v4 tanks on the ground, I'm pretty sure. So top tier tanks 4v4 on the ground. And then, of course, I think we'll do a challenger after that as well, right?
Yeah, I believe so. One challenger after that, 4v4 ground as well. A little bit lower BR tanks, and then after that would be the grand finals as well.
Which will be, we'll have everything. We'll have 4v4 ground, 4v4 air, and of course the mixed as well. So, you play out for the year, especially the Pro Series, basically how many points you get for doing as best you can in the 4v4 air Pro Series, the ground 4v4 air as well, and the mixed at the start of the year as well. So, it basically you gather points throughout those tournaments depending on how well you do. So it's good to be able to do well in all tournaments. And of course, that gives you enough points to actually qualify for the actual game at the end.
Yeah,
Or
most
the
teams in
actual
that Pro
finals.
Series, yeah, definitely want to qualify and get into the best spot in those playoffs to get those Thunder points for the grand finals at the end of the year.
Yeah, so you
You qualified
basically
for.
you get those points throughout all the 3 majors throughout the year, and those are the points you need uh, to actually get to qualify for the finals. And then of course all the points reset for the actual finals, and then it's all up to how many points you gather in those 3 different, the one mixed, one air 44 air, one 44 ground, and of course the team that takes the most points in all 3 uh, will win the actual final itself. So it matters to be good at both.
Yeah, definitely want a good mix of players on your teams in that Pro Series to get qualified and get as many points as possible.
Uh,
But someone asking, are we casting in the playoffs? I am not, because it is going to be 4th of July weekend. So I will be out watching some fireworks, hopefully having all my fingers still intact at the end of
yeah,
that week.
well, just make sure you're
But
not the one firing the fireworks, and it's fine.
true, true. And then I think the week after that, I have to watch my dog. Make sure he doesn't get into any trouble because my parents will not be home.
Yeah, I'm unsure of the last one. The next weekend, I'm unsure who's gonna be casting directly. And of course, I think for the final, I'm not sure. It's my brother's birthday that time, so we'll see.
Maybe my dog can cast instead of me.
Sounds pretty
I
good though.
mean, he's very cute, and he does like to bark a lot. So
He was barking a little bit yesterday, yeah. Doesn't that just mean he's
yeah,
commentating if he's barking a lot?
that is true. That's how they speak.
Oh well, I think maybe soon, hopefully, we'll get the teams to join up in a second. I apologize once again for the wait, but it is, of course, the team's choice to, show up when the actual timer goes. And of course, think Olis did play a game before this, which is interesting that one of the players would go nap, but you know, it is what it is.
The greatest team ever, Team Sleep. Yeah, Team Sleep seemed to be pretty prominent for Team Olist here. But it looks like they did join up in the lobby, so just have to wait for them to ready up.
Yeah, I'm just more interested in the fact that he went to. They had a game which he played in, right, versus Agriculture. I think, right? Oh no, this is the first game of the day. Okay, never mind. But I guess taking a pre-game nap maybe is the secret to winning. Do you think so?
I mean, if you're nice and well rested, maybe that does better for you. But I mean, some people like to warm up before going into like a tournament. I guess like this, something competitive. I mean, I guess just depends on what kind of person you are. If you like be well rested before something, or you want to do some warm ups beforehand and shake the nerves off a little bit. I guess it kind of depends.
Yeah, I guess that does depend quite a lot. I feel like I'm definitely not a person I need, you know, an hour or two to wake up to actually do anything. I'm not a person who can just wake up and go.
Yeah, for sure.
That was my strategy almost always in university still, is that I need to go. If I go to university, I'll wake up and like, if I got an early morning class, I wake up super early because if I'm sub 1 hour of being awake, there's basically no point to me being there, it feels like. Brain is
Yeah,
turned
because if you
off.
just like roll out of bed and you're just not really paying attention, you're still
Mm-hmm.
like asleep trying to do the lecture or whatever.
Well, it looks like everybody is in the lobby. We're just waiting for them to ready up. So probably just doing their
Yeah,
final
we just need
preparations.
four people ready, four people not ready. But we got 5 minutes left till it automatically starts up, so they better be awake by then.
Mm-hmm.
They're just wiping the sleepiness from their eyes.
Yes, they have readied up him as least. Of course, we're still waiting for one player, I think, from Team Oldest to join into the lobby, because they only have 3 from their team, I think, because the other 5 are all from Team AWMV. Looks like we have 4 minutes before start as well, so we're not that far away, even if the team, you know, everyone doesn't show up directly on time. But you know, you got 4 minutes to show up before the game starts the round, which is the nice thing at least.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm gonna be guessing at least one F-15 for Team AWMB, at least so far by what they're readying up, because they have 2 Soviet players and a German player and 1 American player readied up. And 3 Germany players for the Team Oldest, which I'm assuming is gonna be all MiG-29s.
Yeah, see some Germany from the teams, see some Russia, some US. Sebastis readying up with France, maybe playing the F-16, maybe playing Mirage. What to see?
I think I'm gonna guess since it is hidden base, so maybe it's gonna be the F-16A again for France, the one with 6 9Ms, no radar missiles, of course.
Yeah, they did play the same strategy yesterday, but it looks like the match should be starting here in just a few seconds, as our director said. The match started in 2 minutes, 2 minutes ago, so
I guess any second now we will get into it. As we actually get into the first round there finally. For Team Oldest versus AWMB.
The wait is over. Team Oldest versus Team AWWNB. If you're wondering what it stands for, it is a world with no borders. I believe so.
Oh, yeah, world with no
boundaries. A world with no boundaries. Boundaries, there we go. Breaking boundaries. the air, maybe the boundary of air around their planes as they go Mach 1 towards each other. It looks like for the team lineup here, AWWNB having one F-15A, the rest MiG-29s here, and Olist having three MiG-29s and one F-16A. So a little bit different team variety here.
Yeah, so definitely something they like using on this map at least. As it was pretty decently effective yesterday. They barely lost that game yesterday, of course, 3-2. That knocked them down to the losers bracket. So we'll see if they have some more luck today. Of course.
And these teams want to win this match because that will means that they will qualify for the finals. So these teams basically fighting to qualify.
Yeah, this is the most important match, I would say. This is, if you made it this far, you basically don't want to lose this one because it would feel pretty sad to be knocked out at this point since you were so close to qualifying.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the teams will play a little bit more passive because of that, but
we'll see. Kiev is
we'll see
definitely
what happens
launching
once
an
they
R27ER already there. Gonna go in for that solo player for Team AWMB going towards A, but I think, is he gonna be able to regain the lock before the missile is gonna be able to get close enough? Okay, a little bit late on the lock there because the missile has to kind of basically turn in and chase him now. It is pretty close though, but I think Pixie manages to dodge it just in time. Kiev now going to turn out to dodge the incoming return R27ER, and he's actually going to turn in here to help out Sabasis, because Sabasis doesn't seem like in a great situation right now. A lot of players around him.
Yeah. Janitor and Noxy around him. Janitor coming in from behind Sabasis, but does see Kiev now launching off a missile of his own.
Yeah, but he's also going to be watching out for Demonuk,
right
launching
there.
missiles here from behind. He's going to get some shots onto Janitor, but not going to connect. Luke does shoot down Kiev, so Kiev down. So first loss there for Team Olist, but they have the chance to trade back here with Janator getting missiles launched from behind by Demonuk. Not going to connect, but Janator and Pixie at the same time go down. Yes, do missiles connect from Syntax, and Demonuk gets shot down or shoots down Janator. So down to a 3v2. Not a bad start there by Olist.
Yeah, Olist losing the first player by coming right back, getting 2 kills. Syntax gonna have to dodge that missile coming in. See if he's able to. I believe he was. Luke does have Sabasis right on a 6 with those AIM-9Ms.
Yeah, he's
just flaring that one.
Gonna get a lot of them spammed and not too many flares on that plane, so I'm not sure he's gonna be able to keep himself going. And exactly, he's just run himself out of flares.
Yeah,
Sabasis finishes him off, but at the same time, Noxy does take down Sabasis down to a 2v2 now. Oh, and the last player, Demonuk, manages to finish off Noxy. 2 players stay alive for Team Olist, while all 4 fall for Team AWMB, and no caps actually taken before the end of the game. So an all-out brawl around the B point, but no real ticket play, but just a lot of chaos.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that a lot of the teams not going for the caps here just to put pressure on the opposing teams, just deciding to go for the kills there. But it looks like Demonuk getting 2 kills and a cap. Sabasis getting a kill and a cap, and Syntax as well with a kill and a cap for Team Olist, giving them the W in round number 1 here. But Team AWNB not going down without a fight, getting 2 kills, Luke getting a kill, and Noxy as well. But yeah, just really good team play in the middle there by Olist, even though they were down a member. 2 members of AWNB were kind of stalling positions, and Demonuk coming in from the side, taking out a player there.
Yeah, they definitely
helping them turn the tides.
Definitely focus pretty hard. I guess people don't really want to go into the middle cap at B that aggressive because it feels like it exposes you quite a lot on this map. Since the MiG-29s are usually up high, able to launch 27ERs, you can see Sabasis just basically goes past it at the start and stays close to the mountain ridge on this other side of the map, basically for Team AWMB. So staying close, so they have to dive down towards him if they want to fight him. We're getting into the second round, but it does look like, at least to me, that it felt like a lot of team players on AWB went for Kiev there. Kiev turned in after his initial duel with, I think it was a MiG-29 there over at A. He turned in, and 2 MiG-29s focused their attention towards him and shoot R-27ERs, which, I mean, yes, it does mean the Kiev goes down, but I felt like that was too much focus on 2 players, which, Janator especially had Demonuk surprise him from the side there, and just... It's a bit wasted focus, I feel like, especially with the 27 ERs, because 2 players focusing on one means that somebody on the team of Olist, is not getting focused down right. Somebody has no
move in and
exactly no missiles on them, so no pressure on them, so they basically get a free hand to do what they feel like, which costs Janator his life pretty much.
Yeah, We'll see what happens this round. The team's going to be swapping sides on the map like they do every round. Syntax with this awesome tiger camo on the German MiG-29, I believe.
Yes.
Tiger meat camo.
Very pretty camo from the Warfighter CS box. Number 5. The German 912. It's interesting to see that probably a lot of players. Basically, I feel like we've seen the most Germans MiG-29G, but does have, as we see Noxy here heading into the middle, it seems like we actually do have 2 Russian ones on the side for Team AWB at least.
Yeah, 2 for AWWNB. Sabasas and Noxy trading some missiles. Noxy using the mound to dodge AIM-9M there. Sabasas as well.
Ooh, but
Sabasas, though,
Janator,
going down to Janator.
yeah, pulling up a little bit, getting 27 ER to the face. Not able to dodge that one incoming. A good start for Team Oles, losing their F-16, the distraction there as well. But missiles from Kiev onto Pixie here. Is he going to be able to connect? Pixie is trying his best to notch, but not able to notch the radar of Kiev 20. Going to take that trade back for his team. So down to a 3v3 once again. And we have Syntax and Kiev in good positions, but Demonuk not in a great situation at all though. At the same time, many missiles coming from everywhere around him, and the guns from Gennaro finishes him off. So down to a 3v2. Or 2v2 actually at the same time, because the Demonuk did take down Luke in that fight at the same time, so he's just able to pick up a kill before he gets taken down. So down to 2v2, and altitude position is so great here for Olis. I feel like this is going to be rough for Team
Yeah,
AWB.
Syntax going to be launching the R27ER down at Janator there. See if it connects. Still has the lock.
Ooh, yeah, he
like
does get some damage. He does some critical damage in the chat log there. And it looks like Syntax is just... Janator just goes straight up to try to get the gun kill onto Syntax. While every missile coming in from that F-15 from behind. Syntax got to be careful about the AIM-7Ms connecting with him here. Because they do burn for a long time. They might be slow, but they do burn for long. But he does manage to get himself out of the radar of Noxy because he has to dodge the missiles, of course, coming in from Kiev from above. And Kiev actually did hit him. That's why the missiles missed. Noxy taken down by Kiev. And Syntax, or Janator here, he lost one of his rudders there. That's the only damage he's taken.
Yeah, one of his rudders is gone. The left rudder gone for Janator here. Trying to go up to try and shoot down a Syntax, but Kiev coming in and shooting him down, giving Olis the victory here in round number 2. I mean, it was looking good for AWWB, taking down Sabasas there right at the beginning, forcing them down to a 3v4. But Olis able to come back, even though they were down a player there, and even it back up, and then get the advantage. Looks like Kiev is not going to flare his teammate's missile. Loses wing there. But the game is over, so won't count. Olis going to be winning round number 2 here as again. Looks like Kiev getting 3 kills there, and Demonuk getting a kill as well as Syntax getting an assist. But AWWNB, it's only going to be Janator with 2 kills there for his team.
Yeah, I mean, the strong showing by Kiev. I mean, Sabasas, as you said, Sabasas went down early. Kiev did win his little fight there with Pixie, I think. As a little 1v1 with the R27ERs, you know, being able to dodge the incoming one and then firing off one, and Pixie just not being able to dodge the missile in a return.
Yeah, Demonuk getting that kill on Luke as well.
Yeah, right, especially as well, that was really clutch by Demonuk. You know, he was basically stuck with all 3 remaining players, or, you know, for Team AWB. But managing to somehow, you know, grab a kill out of it. He managed to get Luke right as he got, you know, guns connect on him from Janator from behind. So a clutch up by Demonuk to get that kill, bringing that to 2v2. And just after that, I mean, it just felt like all this was just completely in control of the game because they had so much altitude over the remaining 2 players with AWB that they were just stuck. Yeah. Dodging missiles from above and not being able to, you know, fire anything back.
Yeah, so Tex was pretty high up there, firing his R27s down. Did get the 1 rudder off of Janator, but Kiev coming in, getting the kill as he's trying to stall and take out Syntax at the end there, trying to win him the game. But it looks like the round is going to be starting here. The team's not waiting too much time between the rounds here as we get back onto Pacific Hidden Base.
Yeah, definitely.
These 2 teams. Yeah, Olis is 1 win away from qualifying too. Gotta put that into perspective. Hopefully the nerves aren't out for them. They can clutch it out here.
It seems
they will have
promising.
They will have 3 chances to win a game here.
seems pretty promising for them already. AWB, of course, now has all the pressure on them to not lose a round and actually have a chance to, qualify themselves. But it's been looking pretty shaky for them the last two rounds. Looks like Oldest was just more in control of the game. So I'm think unless they get a really good start here with maybe 1 to 2 kills off the bat, I have my faith in Oldest right now, I would say.
Yeah, definitely all is going to be the ones to beat here for AWWNB. They have to try and reverse sweep them to have their chance at qualifying for the finals. Keep, though, starting off, going up pretty high. Just spot a few targets in TWS there to see the one person flying, or actually two
Yeah,
people flying right there.
the info play is very useful, of course. Early on, you want to climb up and use that radar to find where the action enemies are going, because you're not going to be spotted, of course, until you're much closer. But, seeing that, okay, there's a player running into the B point, he's going to tell Sabastis, of course, that there's a player right there. One player right below him, inside B, but Janator up there as well, so he's going to be careful about getting 27 ER launch here from Janator. And I think that's what he's trying to prevent himself from getting killed by. He's going to turn out and away from the missile to try to get it to not hit him. Goes into the team mountain there. Of course, he's going to pull in front of Janator, and Janator not able to connect a shot there as the boss is right behind, but he's got missiles coming from everywhere. The F-15A just takes him down. Nobody putting pressure on Noxy there to keep him away from Sabastis, so Genato's going to survive that, and that's going to be a kill in the favor of AWB to start.
Yeah, Syntax, even though he is high up, doesn't have any R27 ERs, so no radar missiles left for him.
Yeah, and he's going to
So
be able
he's
to
gonna
turn
try
into
an
this missile,
S24.
and he does fail with this S24, not getting the timing right to proxy that missile.
Yeah, it looks like Olis are kind of collapsing under pressure here. Demonuk
Yeah,
can be the last one alive against all four players of AWWNB.
Yeah, he does take down Luke on the way in there, but 2 caps in favor of AWB. Of course, the ticket bleed is going to be crushing for Demonuk in this 1v3. Does have 127 ER left, so he could pick up a kill easily here if somebody is high up and in a bad situation, but I don't think that's going to happen. They're going to dive down into this area around B. Demonuk is going to try to decap the point, but that F-15 is ready for it, I think, or that MiG-29 is ready to defend. Oh, last minute head-on for these players. Barely dodges that one, Demonuk. Gonna pull into the fight. The F-15, though, is going to be coming in from his rear area. Is he going to push into Noxy? Yes, he tries to, but, I mean, just too slow to even dodge those guns, and that's going to be the first round for AWB.
Yeah, AWWNB going to try and stay alive here in this lower bracket. They want to qualify. They're going to have to try and reverse sweep Olis. Did get the first round, so that's what they needed. But they're going to have to win 2 more in a row to try and qualify for the finals. But looking at the scoreboard, it's going to be Noxy with 3 kills that round and a cap, as well as Pixie with a cap and an assist. Janator getting the 4th kill as well. Demonuk, the only one getting the kill for Olist that round. I mean, that pressure for Olist might have just gotten to them that round. They're going to drop around to AWWNB here trying to qualify.
Just felt like the start of that round was not as good for Olist. Sabastis did, dodge the 27 ER at the start, but he pulled up, tried to fight that MiG-29 at the same time. But Noxy just being left alone, nobody on Olist putting pressure on him, so he was basically just free to spam off everything at Sabastis as he pulled up and just made him super easy target. Even if that took down Sabastis, if Olist could have been able to, be in a situation to maybe trade that back instantly onto either player there, it probably would have worked out well for them, but nobody in position to trade a kill out, and that just felt like, down to a 4v3 at that situation, especially early on when everyone still has missiles, is just a detriment to your ability to keep going. So,
Yeah.
Down to a 3v2 on that side of the map, Demonuk and Luke on the other side of the map having a little bit of a 1v1, but just the numbers advantage for Team AWB just coming out clutch to sweep the game for them.
Yeah, definitely pretty good by AWWNB. They're just taking out Sabastis at the beginning with the F-15 as he was trying to dodge the R27ER. Definitely put them into a pretty advantageous position to just get better positioning in the middle of the map. While, yeah, Syntax also didn't have any of his radar missiles left as he was quite high up.
Yeah,
just failing to S24, the missile coming in as well.
Yeah, no missiles left at that point means, either none of his 27 ERs connected this time, so that's rough for him as well. So those are the main ways you want to get the kills early on in the MiG-29. So not having those connect as we get into the fourth round here, Olus versus AWMB. Yeah, just rough for him. If you're that high up and the last chance you had was to try to rocket that R27R and just not getting the timing right as he pulled into it.
Yeah, it was kind of coming in, like kind of arcing in, so a bit harder to judge how far away it is from your plane while that's happening. Just missing it. But here we go, round number 4. Let's see if Olist can clutch it out and qualify for the finals, or will AWWNB keep alive here and try send it to round 5. Looks like no changes for either side. They know that they have the winning lineup here. Olist just needing one more round victory in this match. Looks like in terms of team spread, pretty much similar. Maybe sending 1 or 2 people up the middle. Not sure. I don't see anyone climbing so far. It looks like Pixie might be.
Yeah, I think Luke is trying there back
here.
there. He's going really far back there towards the really back of A. He's definitely climbing up and gonna try to check over A with his radar to see if anyone's coming in towards A and put pressure on them. Noxie going to the middle here. He'll be rushing in towards B. It doesn't look like Sabazis is that aggressive this time, but he's definitely gonna be heading towards that B point. But he's being a little bit chilled this time, I feel like.
Yeah, usually he's already in the cap by now.
Yeah,
it might just be the side difference. It looks like one missile out there. Not sure if who that was, but he does spot Sabazis here on the deck.
He's gonna dive down. He's gonna be able to outpull that aim 7 and it's not gonna hit. That was 9M, sorry. Sabazis firing off missiles at Janator are gonna be flared. He's gonna be able to have to dodge that 27-year coming down on top of him though, so he's gonna be careful. As he's in a bit of a situation already. Missiles coming in from everywhere. Luke as well launching a missile at him last second, and yeah, that 27-year does connect. Just 3 players on Sabazis there. It just feels like a lot of pressure on him, and nobody on Olus ready to take the pressure off him or punish any players for launching on him, and Janado's going to be able to dodge that 27-year to the ground. So Olus down a player. Gotta have to be aggressive here to try to pick up kills before they get traded back, right? Or that numbers advantage pays off for them. A team mounted Syntax. Oh no!
Oh no, Team Mountain taking it down. Syntax there, crashes right near. Keith also set afire by Noxie. Janator gonna go down here though to Demonuke, so it's gonna be a 1 versus 3
here. Yeah,
Demonuke.
He's gonna be launching on Pixie here. R60Ms are out, 27ER out as well, but not gonna be able to lock, get a lock even. It's like just out of his aspect for the missile seeker to even see it. And oh, Luke is going to be able to pull in here, but the missiles from far behind the F-15's missile spam takes out Demonuke, and that's going to be 3 players alive for Team AWE in their second round. So the reverse sweep is definitely possible here. Olist probably looking a bit shaky in these last 2 rounds. Sabas is just way too far out, in my opinion. Sabas is he's so far out. He's by himself.
Yeah, looking at the scoreboard, it's going to be Noxie with 2 kills, Luke with a kill, and Janator with a kill. Somehow they got 4 kills, even though Syntax did crash into the mountain there.
I guess that's a new feature, probably with the new feature of somebody crashing mine fun. You get you the kill, right?
Yes. Yeah, probably gave him the kill for crashing into the mountain. But yeah, Demonuke, the only one getting the kill for Olus again. Olus succumbing to the pressure a little bit here. It's going to be round 5. The winner of this round is going to qualify, so it's going to be both pressure. So all the pressure is on both teams now. But yeah, Olus, that last round, just not capitalizing on all the pressure that AWWNB put onto Sabazis there at the beginning.
Yeah, it just felt like it's just, Sabazis going in, he's distracting a lot of players. I mean, 2 players basically completely distracted by him inside the B point. But Luke as well is also on top of him, shooting the missiles. Like, it feels like somebody on Olus needs to be there to help punish those players as they launch, because I mean, he's getting pressure from 2 players launching missiles at him up close and toys in here from above.
Yeah, so I think if they have one player kind of stay behind the mountains, the taller mountains around the middle of the map there, and then as Sabazis goes in, they crest over the mountain, and if some players are putting pressure on Sabazis, they can help him out there.
Yeah, feels pretty rough for Sabazis. It just feels like he's doing everything he can.
Those last 2 rounds was pretty rough for him. For sure.
yeah, I just want to see Olis try to help him out and punish the players once he comes in like that, because it is working. The distraction is definitely working. It's just that nobody's there to actually punish the players once he's doing that.
Yeah, Swasos is putting the pressure on, but the other members of Team Olis unable to capitalize on the pressure that he's putting on them. So we'll see if they can clean it up again for the next round here. Obviously, it's going to be a best of 5. The next winner will take the best of 5 and qualify for the finals. So the pressure is on both the teams now, as they're just one win away from qualifying for the finals.
As we get most of the players to join up the lobby once again. Also, in the other game that's going on right now in these lower bracket semi-final, we have Palms vs EMP as well as going on right now, and it looks like right now the score is 2 points for EMP and 1 for Palms, so EMP in the lead currently.
Yep.
So,
But I do see a lot of fans of both AWW Envy and Olist in the chat. If you guys, let's see, looking at the points prediction though, 78% for Olist. If you guys think Olist is gonna win, how about you type 1? If you think AWW Envy is gonna clutch it out, get the reverse sweep, type 2. If you're just here because you love War Thunder, type 3. A lot of AWW NB fans.
the War Thunder
Lots
fan
of
there.
2s, some 1s there. People are believing in the reverse sweep. It could happen.
I think that Noxy guy might be biased since he's on the second team there. Might be just a little bit biased.
Watch out for that guy.
hmm. So 3 minutes or so to the 4th round start for this game. We'll see if the enemy or the players are getting ready up. Looks like most of them are. Just waiting for Zintax and Keep, I think, to ready up finally here.
Yeah, looks like it. But obviously these teams, the pressure is on them. They probably want to use every second here to make sure calm their nerves a little bit. Maybe discuss the plan for the round.
Yeah, and just see what went wrong. Maybe just looking at the replay real fast just to see what went wrong there. But I think both teams are pretty confident of that, so they're gonna, Oldest is definitely the one that needs to just make a change, maybe, or just, maybe a bit more passive, or have their mid guys be more aggressive to actually be able to help their teammates and trade back and forth. Because the last 2 rounds have definitely gone in the way for AWB just because the bosses has basically gone down for free, it feels like.
Yeah, for sure. Weren't able to capitalize on the pressure being put on Sabasas to try and take out the players that took him down. But we'll see if they're able to stop the reverse sweep or the AWWNB will see it through. But yeah, looks like should be starting here in just a couple seconds.
Yep. Just we sit here and wait. Everyone's ready, pretty much waiting for this one player to ready up now. Be exciting to find out, because as well, yet again, we'll remind everybody that, of course, and most people probably know, that whoever wins this last round will be able to qualify to the playoffs, and the other team will not, be knocked out of this qualifier and not qualify for the playoffs themselves in the finals. So only 8 teams from these 2 weekends will go. So 4 from the first weekend and 4 from this weekend will be able to qualify to the playoffs from a lot of teams. So it's not a lot of teams that managed to get to the playoffs themselves from everyone who signed up. So it's definitely not easy to get to this point, and of course, once you're this far, you really want to make it, because that would feel pretty sad to lose all that effort you spent. As we get into the last round here, Team AWB versus Oldest.
Yeah, it's all up to the teams to qualify here. Let's see who will do it. Will AWWNB complete the reverse sweep? Will Olist stop them? I don't think they made any changes to their lineups in terms of planes or players. Obviously, both teams winning 2 rounds know that they have the winning combination. They just have to put it into effect, get their team plan out there, and stick to it. But the teams will be switching sides again. Team AWWNB going to be taking off from the right side, bottom right side of the map. Olis from the top left. Let's see if Sebastis can put on the pressure going to be, and hopefully not get taken out this time. And Olis will probably have a way better chance of winning if he stays alive here. Akiv going to be climbing up with Syntax to his right, or sorry, left.
Yeah, we see a little bit of a spread. Both teams kind of a bit more concentrated for AW and B. Definitely two players going in towards B again, ready to support each other. They've
Yeah,
been pretty aggressive with those two players into B. Looks like Sabazis is
I think
not going for B
Kiva's
this time as well.
yeah, Kiva's launching a missile at the person going for B to try and deter them away from it, but it looks like the
But
missile is going to be notched.
yeah,
Sabasis is
between
going back into B, just took a different entryway into it.
I think he
and
took a
got
little
bit
bit more
late to it.
passive, yeah, going very far to the side there before going in. So he's going to try to surprise his player on B from behind this time, which could work out, by the way. If he turns in to his left here, he could get a really big surprise on that B capper. Yeah, Noxy, not in a good situation here. He's going to get 9Ms launched at him. Does use the mountain really well. Keeve going to get taken down in the background there by Gennaro, though, I think. And Noxy, not in a great spot to dodge these 9Ms. Oh, is that one going to connect? No, barely does it, but he does finish him off with the gun, gets the gunshot onto him, and Gennaro does that at the same time. Keeve did get set on fire, he's not alive, so two players down already for AWB. Not a good situation, while Keeve is probably mostly out of the game. Not looking good for AWB here. Missiles from Sabas is coming in from behind on Pixie. Pixie's got to be really careful, not able to flower the missile, and he goes down as well. This looks like a horrible situation. All players still alive for Olus technically, and down to a 1v4 for Luke.
Yeah, Sabasis staying alive for Olus, definitely the key here. He is up. He just got 2 kills with his A9Ms.
And
Luke
the missiles
trying
are
to
coming
stay
in from
alive.
everywhere on Olus. Keeve gets finally taken down by Luke, just using him as bait after he was already crit. And the gunshots from Syntax gonna finish off Luke as he loses his wing on fire. Demonuke coming in for the celebration shots. And that is gonna
Yeah,
be
it was
team
so close.
so close. And that's gonna be Team Olist taking the win. They managed to stop themselves from getting reverse swept in the final round there, thanks to I think Sabastis at the start getting 2 kills. Being a little bit more passive, getting 2 kills off pretty much off the bat, it felt like just by himself. And Gennaro of course going down as well.
Yeah,
And
getting right onto the 6 of Noxy, taking them out after Key was crit.
Yeah, and then just following it up
with
right
the
by
guns.
Pixie as well.
Very nice play, Sabasis there. Playing a little bit more passive was the key for Olus' victory. They're going to win 3-2. Did not get reverse swept. Sabasis
yeah.
with 3 kills that round. Look at that.
Syntax with 1,
M16
Key
play.
with 1 as well, so a severe damage trade there at some point. Only Luke coming out with the kill for Team AWB. A well-fought battle by Olist, and a good attempt by AWB. They tried their best, they almost came back. And that is going to be a Team Olist, though, taking the win 3-2 and advancing to the lower bracket final, I would say. Well, semi-final-ish. And yeah, I mean, that means they qualify. They made it to that point, so they're basically as you said before many times, this is only about seeding at this point. From now on for Team Olist. But we are gonna jump into the last round, I think, for Team
I think EMP has just won versus Team Palms there. So Palms going to be knocked out of the tournament, not being able to qualify. EMP is going to be our 4th qualifier as well. So the 4 teams that will be qualifying for the finals alongside the 4 teams from last weekend will be Team EMP, Team Olist, Team Legit Bongo, and Team Trex. But these last couple of matches that we will be showing today, we have 3 more left, will be for the seeding. So obviously you want to probably get the best seeding. It will be placed 5th through 8th. So definitely want to get the 5th place seed to, I believe, fight probably not one of the tougher teams in the tournament. I believe we do like 1, 8, 2, 7, 3, 6, 4, 5. I believe will be the matchups there. So definitely want to get the 5th seed here to fight possibly Skyhammer in the finals. Definitely don't want to get that 8th place because you will be fighting Covert in that first round, I believe, in the finals.
Yeah,
so yeah, the next 3 rounds here will be for seeding.
But congratulations, as again, for all of our teams, EMP and Olist, now the last 2 people to qualify, or the last 2 teams to qualify, and Trax and the Japan this weekend. So for that, we are done when it comes to that part, but we of course can watch this lower bracket final, and then whoever wins this one will go to the final of the lower bracket against the Legit Bongo that got knocked out in the winners bracket final by Trex. But of course, whoever wins that has a chance to go up to the top bracket once again for the actual final of the qualifier, and whoever wins that one, of course, will get the best seeding. So,
yep. So we will have EMP versus Olist, and the loser, I believe, will get the 8th place seed for the finals, and then the winner will be going on to face the Legit Bongo for the 7th place. But if they win round 9 in the losers bracket, they fight Prex for 5th or 6th. But yeah, the prediction is up for Olist versus EMP. We just saw EMP in the first matchup today versus Twilight winning 3-0. And then we just saw Olist winning against AWWNB. A little bit of a nail biter though, going to round 5.
yeah.
EMP did win 3-1 versus Palmace.
Especially for Olis, it felt like they were doing well for the first two, and then just that mistake with Sabasas going down for free, basically allowing an AWB to, trade back, having the numbers advantage and just being able to clean up Olis. Looked a bit shaky for them, but Sabasas just okay. His last round, he just took a little bit more of a passive approach. He didn't go into beat instantly at all. He basically went almost all the way south towards the bottom cap and then turned in, and was able to come up behind Noxy this time and basically surprise him and just. With all the 9Ms he spammed off at him, Noxy of course has to, dodge them and flare them, and he just basically made himself so slow that it was an easy gunshot for Tsubasa to finish him off. And then of course he kept pushing, as well, and came up right behind the MiG-29 there as well for B, and just two 9Ms right from behind with low flares and a MiG-29, not a great situation.
Yeah, a bit harder to flare those A9Ms. Sabasa is definitely MVP of that last round for Olist, giving them the victory to qualify. So we will see them in the finals. But yeah, we just have a little bit.
Yeah, Jack bet it. Currently, the timer for the first start of the next lobby match was 30 minutes. Of course, the teams can ready up before then. That's their choice to make, of course, but I think some of them will probably want to just keep playing. After, maybe take a little bit of a break, but most players have joined the lobby already, I think. At least for team, but yeah, pretty much, I think everybody for team Olist has already joined that played the last round, and we're just waiting on one player from team EMP to join up the lobby, and we'll be able to go into the next match if they already up at the same time as well.
Yeah, Olist might want to take a little bit of a breather between that last round. Obviously, stakes were pretty high in kind of the sudden death best of 5, winning that last round. I'll probably want to maybe look at the replay, or just decide and maybe have a little bit of a team meeting on what they're going to do on this next map. This next map we will be playing on Norway. So first time we saw Norway today. Maybe we'll see the reverse takeoff that Legit Bongo showed off yesterday. But in terms of players, we saw EMP and Olist both earlier today. If you want a little bit of a refresher, Team EMP is going to be led by Neme, as well as they also have Holly, Mart, Bustler, and Wakatake. And then we just saw Olist there with Demanuk, Kiev, Syntax, and Sabasas.
Yep.
So for those who are putting their points into the prediction, looks like EMP currently with the 80% to 20% of Olist. So a lot of EMP fans think that they're going to win. So, but yeah, both these teams have qualified, and this is going to be for moving on to try and qualify higher in the seeding, but the loser will be the 8th seed. So we'll see who wins, who loses, who gets to fight Legit Bongo in the next round for that 6th or 7th place there. I ask you to please keep the chat in English, Matt, as our mods can only like to communicate in English. But might be able to have a small break here before teams are ready up. Unless
I'm
you have
just gonna
anything
get some
you wanna
intel
input.
on luck and see how long before get some people to join in, because it looks like we're
Alright,
just
alright.
waiting on one person. But maybe we'll take a little 5-minute break at least to start for now. So we'll be back in a quick 5 minutes chat, and of course if it starts before then we will come back before, you know, as the matches start. But we'll take a little bit break, go to the bathroom and get some more water. We'll see you in a bit, chat. Bye bye. Hello,
Hello,
everyone
everybody.
again. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you had a good little break as we did. Just let ourselves breathe for a second and walk around a little bit. It's always good to stretch your legs, making sure you don't
Yep.
get the gamer posture.
Make sure to sit up straight. I'm talking to you back there. I see you.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have the match here in just a few minutes. Just waiting for a few more players to ready up between Olist and ENP. So we'll see them face off on Normandy. I believe. Yep, Normandy. See. Well, the thing is, I'm not sure if
Norway,
Olist will
you
bring
mean?
out the F-16. Oh my goodness. They both start. Listen. Maybe the heat's getting to me, Cave.
I think it is.
Norway. Yeah. They both start with Nor. I was just on autopilot there. Wait, we'll be on Norway, and it'll be interesting to see if Olist still bring out the F-16A, because there's not really too much area to kind of have a very close fight, I would say, around Norway, around the cliffs. So might see Sabasis play something different, or might just stick with the F-16. We'll see. Might be able to use the cliffs to their advantage, maybe try and stay unspotted and come up behind the other players of ENP. But we did see ENP earlier today, and in their games versus Twilight, it did go down to 2v2 a lot of the time, but I believe Holly was up for most of them. Holly, being a pretty good ruler there, was able to clutch out
Yeah, I
the
mean,
1v1s.
it would be interesting to see, as you said, to bring the F-16, because it could be pretty powerful since a lot of the games have gone. To the last, or a lot of games yesterday as well went down to 2v2s, so it seems like a good map to get trades on, I would say, at the start. Both teams usually go 1-for-1 trades.
Yeah.
The F-16A could be very useful in the end, but of course, it lacks radar missiles, so of course it can be weaker at the start. Not able to actually put pressure on, playing with radar missiles, like even the F-15, even though it does not have 27 ERs, it still has M7s to, force somebody to maybe turn away to notch radars, or, to actually put pressure in the head on towards them, actually having to maneuver around, maybe they can't fire missiles back. So it's definitely a trade-off that you're playing, as I said many times before, you're playing for the last, dual start. You're playing for the F-16 to be able to get close to your enemies and use the maneuverability and the 9Ms to be able to get gunshots on, and of course spam 9Ms at them to force them into those gunshot situations, as we saw the last round as well, Oldest versus AWB. But it's gonna be rough to start off on, especially on Norway. I feel like when it's pretty open, these valleys, especially around the B cap, it's pretty open for the F-16 at the start, so gonna be interesting if they actually bring it out or not.
Yeah. Definitely be interesting to see. Like you said, a lot of water, pretty much, and just a couple cliffs, but not a whole lot of cover for that F-16 to maybe get a surprise on EMP, because you do have to be pretty close, because it does not have any radar missiles and only the AIM-9Ms there. But we'll see if Olus can use it to their advantage or switch it out for a different plane. And we might see, I believe it was in the Legit Bongo and Trex match, we saw Legit Bongo, some players take off backwards on the south side
Mm-hmm.
of the map and try and go towards the A cap. Um, I I think it was only the MiG-29s that did it, so we'll have to see if other planes are able to with the engine power they have. So we'll
Yeah, no,
see
it,
if
it felt like
anyone does that.
it was just more about, that first MiG-29 wanting to get towards the A cap, get to the cap quickly, going behind the mountains. Just about positioning, you want to be at the A cap before the enemy team is, I guess, or right there to counter them being there. So it felt like that was what the play was for, and it was a pretty good strat, I would say. It worked out really well for Legit Bongo at the start, but Treyax just won the, they reverse sweep them at the end there, just And even we saw Legit Bongo actually changing up their strat at the 2 last rounds where Legit Bongo was not actually going back there anymore. He switched with some player to go more aggressive towards B, but it still didn't work out for them as they kind of lost the 2v2 duels at the end both times.
Yeah. For sure. But we will see as we're just waiting for the last players to ready up here in the match.
Yeah,
So,
shouldn't be too
just waiting
far
back up.
now.
Yeah, looks like the prediction looks like it's a little bit closer between Olist and ENP. Olist 44%, ENP 56% if you want to get your Thunder points into the channel prediction to
Definitely.
win those Thunder points and maybe get a esports camo of your choice for 150,000. Those who like to gamble.
It looks like EMP's a little bit of favorite. A little bit more in favor of them, definitely. But
yeah, they might be down to the fact that Olist kind of went to round 5 in the last round, and EMP was only 3-1. But they also had 3-0 versus Twilight. So EMP playing 2 games today, a little bit more warmed up possibly than Olist. Looks like the match will be starting in just about 2 minutes here, or just under a minute actually. About 1 minute and a half. So from our director. So not too longer to wait, looks like.
Yep. And we're gonna
right
get
as
into
I
the
said
first
that,
round
of
here.
course. There we go. Teams are readied up. Here we go on Norway, not Normandy. The beaches look a little different.
Mm-hmm. Look, there's another one calling you most critical in your DM, Jeff. Well, we'll see. We have Team ENP with the same loadout as before, F15J and Free MiG-29s, although I don't think we've seen them on Norway yet, but we also do see, as we were asking if they were going to, the F16A French one is out for Team Oldest there with the Free MiG-29s. So they're going to stick to it. We'll see. Interesting to see if it works out here for them.
Yeah, we'll see how they use the F16 on this map here. Hopefully a lot different variety of cover compared to Pacific Hidden Base. Kind of a no central area to really fight around in. Does have a pretty big water area around B though, where we did see a couple throw balls happen.
Buster heads in towards the B point, launching some AIM-7Ms at long range just to maybe put some pressure on that player. Don't think he expects it to hit, of course, but, you know, just keeping him in his lock to make sure that he has to go to dodge to not be able to push into him as Sabasas heads it towards the B point. So here we're going to get the first measure, Buster versus Sabasas. Of course, the F16 maybe a little bit easier to get the shot on. Lots of sprays coming out, nothing too demanding or too dedicated. Sabasas is going to instantly slow down a little bit and start this turn 5 with Buster. Buster, of course, has to be careful about taking a missile, and he might just extend away. Neme coming in with the missile launches later on the Sabasas. Barely dodging that one, but pressure onto Sabasas here.
Yeah, Sabasas around the B cap. Looks like they're on.
Neme trying to get the shot in. No, and Nemo gets taken down by Syntax as he pulls up to get the shot on. So bad start for EMP. One player already down. The other 2 players back here. Holly not able to get any trades onto those EMP or to all his players as they push in. But Holly's trying to get a shot here. And no, he gets blasted out of the air by Demonuke. 3 players down already, but only 1 player down for Team Olist. So Olist definitely with the advantage in the 3 versus 1 versus Wakatake here.
Yeah, Wakatake trying to get Sabasas there, just goes behind the mountain. Kiev as well, trying to get the guns onto Kiev. Launches an R60 there, gets flared. Guns coming out onto Kiev, trying to take him out. Kiev dodging, still getting pulled up. Looks like Demonuke.
Missile onto Demonuke here. Is he going to be able to finish off? Yes, he does get a hit maybe onto Demonuke, but he gets traded back by Sabasas at the same time. So Team Olus will take the first round with 2 players still alive.
Yeah, Sabasas using the F16 on Norway to pretty good effect. Baiting, I believe that was Bustler up to be, Neme up to be taken out by, I believe that was Demonuke at the beginning with an R27. So 4 kills for Olist, 1 each across the board. Sabasas also getting 2 caps. Kiev with the cap as well. Wakatake the only person on EMP to get kills for them. So Olist going to be winning the first round here in this best of 5.
Yeah, Wakatake only really picking up kills when it didn't matter anymore. Winning. Sorry, come to the wrong scene there. Oopsie. But yeah, I mean, just
You're back.
Wakatake taking the first 2 kills there, or taking 2 kills there for Team EMP. A bit too late. He won his little 1v1 over at the side cap there. But basically once he won his 1v1, all his teammates had already gone down and into a useless 3v1. Well, not useless, but unwinnable 3v1 for him. Taking down a player with him, but not gonna matter in the end as Oldest takes their first round pretty easily.
Yeah, we were wondering how they were going to use that F-16 on this map. Looks like Sabas is going to go for the B cap in the middle there. Did take the head on with Bustler, was able to dodge the Vulcan coming in, and then just baiting Neme into the B point as well, forcing him up and then getting taken out, giving them the advantage there. So we'll see if EMP can do anything about it, and try and maybe take out the F-16, maybe not get baited by it again, and try and let Sabassus maybe keep their distance from him because he does not have any radar missiles. Try and take him out from afar. And all the planes on EMP having radar missiles as well. So
Yeah,
we'll see if they can adapt to it. But then again, the teams are going to switch sides here. So EMP will be taking off from the bottom of the map.
just felt like EMP put a lot of effort into killing Sabassus. Like, they had Neme and Polly basically fall because they pushed in to try to get him out of the game as quickly as possible. And him staying alive, of course, basically costing those 2 players. So, Buster, of course, I wouldn't say that he made any mistakes really there. He emerged with, the F-16, but of course he's not going to stay in the turn fight because he's going to lose that very handily. Even
Yeah,
if
the
it
F-16 definitely can turn a lot better than the Eagle.
So, just a kind of a mistake. Maybe EMP needs to just, after that first trade, they just need to be a little bit more passive and make sure that they trade off with other players first. Maybe focus the MiG-29s is more important for them, I would say.
Yeah, we'll see if they make any changes to their strategy. Looks like Demonuk going to be climbing pretty high up here. Does get pinged on his RWR. We'll have to be careful if an R27 is coming in. But Sabassus staying low and then F-16 going straight for B again. Just spot someone there over to his left.
Somebody coming in right from it. Buster down the valley with him as well. I'm gonna get some instant missile trades here as the AIM-9s and AIM-7s get splashed everywhere. Buster into the first merger here, and he's gonna try to pull off, maybe try to dodge the rounds, but no, he gets his wingtip taken out by Sabassus. But Sabassus in up high, but Neme also gets taken at the same time, so that's gonna be 2 players already down for Team EMP. Not a good start whatsoever. Buster launching out some missiles onto Sabassus as he spins down to the ground, but nothing to be useful for him. And just a horrible start for Team EMP once again.
Yeah, not a great start for EMP. Almost having pretty good numbers advantage. Holly trying to get guns onto Kiev there, just misses and then gets taken out by Syntax, helping out Kiev there. Demonuk and
once
Wakatake
again,
in a bit of a 1v1 over at A. Demonuk just missing on Wakatake there.
Wakatake is probably going to get a shot here at least. At least one can actually take down Demonuk, but once again, he is left in an unwinnable 3v1, I would guess, as he has no 27 ERs left, just 2 R60Ms, and the cap advantage gonna be reset here by Team Oldest. And yeah, just not great. This entire mid fight just not working out at all for Team EMP. Both times they're just losing 2 players instantly in that middle trades, and their 2 remaining players done second 1v1s.
Yeah, Bustler at the beginning there, trying to merge with Sabassus. That F-16 going to outturn that F-15 pretty much all the time.
But here we go.
Trying to go for the head-on.
Yeah, trying to go for head-ons. Missiles coming in from everywhere. He's gonna push himself into that launch R60M at that R27ER, but it does not connect. And out the pilot will go. That's gonna be round number 2 for Oldest. Unlucky for the predictors in the chat, for the believers of EMP so far. Not looking so great from them. They're just getting out traded in the middle.
Sabas's got a flare that. Ooh, Sabas's not flaring. R60 from his teammate gonna go down there. I think the game ended though before. Let's see. It did not count. Very good. So for Olus there, Sabas's getting a kill in that F16 onto Bustler. Syntax getting 2 kills as well. Kiev getting a kill for Olus. Wakatake, the only one getting a kill there onto Demonuke for Team EMP, but unable to win the 3v1 that he was left in, and giving Olus the victory here for round number 2. Olus just 1 win away from trying to get a better seed, but the loser of this will get 8th place for
Yeah,
the finals.
I mean, it just
So these teams, yeah, these teams are qualified for the finals. So it is just a matter of who they will face off in the finals. Obviously,
it just feels like
trying to-
Wakataki is kind of banning his stats right now, trying to get his kill per game and say, you know what, I got my kill
Yeah.
per game at least. But, you know, it's just unlucky for him. He's not really in a situation to help his team out. He's always stuck in that 1v1 by himself. And of course, we had, you know, Holly was in a 1v1 versus, I think, Keeb. Looked like he had the advantage. He was going to get the kill, but, you know, the teammates of Olist
Yeah, I think it
coming
was
in to
Syntax
save
coming
it.
in to help out Kiev.
Yeah, and just blowing him out of the sky. Yes, he was going to get a shot. So unfortunate so far for Team ENP. Doesn't look like they're getting outplayed that bad, but this whole middle, you know, middle brawl is just getting 2 of their players killed very quickly both times. So
Yeah,
not
I
a
think
good
Bustler
situation.
trying to turn with the F16, definitely not a play he probably wants to make again. Might try and just spam a few missiles at the F16 and then continue to extend away. Maybe trying to go for someone in the back line if they could spot a player from Olist. So we'll see if they change anything here as the next round is underway.
Yep, as we get into the game for the next round.
Looking over at the fjords of Norway.
So we pan over indeed the fjords of Norway, waiting for the players to spawn in for the third round. Match point for all this, so all pressure on EMP to if they want to get some better seeding into the playoffs next weekend. But that's gonna have to be decided here if they even have a chance to do so, or if they're going to get knocked out and Team Oldest will keep continuing on playing. As we get that sort of reverse takeout by Demonuke, not the same thing as legit Bongo, but he turns around into taking off instead.
The right, taking off the right way, but then turning around. So a little bit different from Olist here. Looks like Sabasa's going to be going up the middle, probably as well with Bustler. Neme going off to the C point, launching off one of his R27s. Holly as well above, launching as well.
Yeah, just 27-year duels once again. Missiles heading for Holly in return for him launching at those 2 MiG-29s going out far. You know, trying to maintain the lock while notching as well. Never an easy task. But the missile looks like it's about to run out of energy, but it's still gonna make it just there in time. But no connections for Holly there. So on ER.
Yeah, tried to IOG, but did not get. Oh, early kill though. Syntax critically damaging, setting fire Neme. Neme might be going down here.
Not good. Syntax still has missiles coming out for him on Neme. Neme's still alive technically. He got only a crit on Neme. So Neme's on fire, just launching everything he can over at Syntax. Not dead yet. Oh, R60s from everywhere just being spammed at him. He's getting a lot of pressure. Sabasis was on fire there for a second by Buster actually. And Syntax does get taken down by Wakatake. So trades back and forth. Holly going down at the same time for Team EMP. So 2 players down. Buster also going down. Neme somehow still alive while also being on fire that entire time. Wakatake heading up to try to S24 this missile. He does manage to S24 the missile, and that's going to be him pushing into Demonuke here. A little bit of a late launch, but gunshots, yes, takes out the wing of Demonuke. Down to a 1v1, I would say, for Wakatake and Kiev here, as Wakatake has to dodge 27-ER incoming towards him. Neme still crit somewhere on the map. Still flying, I think, but probably not going to be very effective in this fight. Wakatake trying to dodge 27-ER. Yes, he does. As another one might be coming down here. No missiles left, but R60s probably going to be launched here. No R60s
Drops
either.
his S24s.
Yeah, and interesting, Neme is barely flying over there, just at 0 speed, trying to keep his aircraft in the air. Pulls up with a S24 shot just to distract Kiev, but I don't think it's going to be much effect in this fight, as he probably just stalled himself into the ground there.
Let's see
Deminuk
if I can
also
keep
somehow
that
still alive
his
too.
plane airborne.
Well, he's still spinning out to the ground, and nope. Yeah, I was about to say I think he's a bit too damaged too. That was his last little hurrah. As Deminuk is still alive, the cap points though are in favor of Team Olist, and that's what Wakataki's gonna head for. He's gonna head for this B point here and try to get the cap, but Keeve knows that he needs to push him off of it or keep him on it himself, so that he cannot cap because the ticket bleed is pretty fast. So, one player alive equals the fact that DMP will lose this in just a matter of seconds here, honestly. If Keeve doesn't stay in the cap zone by himself, he will allow the cap to go in the favor of Wakatake though, so the tickets will be paused, giving Wakatake a lot more time to finish off this duel.
Yeah, Wakatake able to get on the 6 of Keeve, but Keeve having a lot more energy, able to extend away. Keeve gonna have to flare this R60, and is able to.
Barely does.
He has to be careful
No, he actually
flaring like that.
Oh yeah, he did actually get. Wait, it felt so close.
Yeah.
It almost felt like he got shot down by that.
Up. He does have to be careful if he's pulling positive G's there.
Deminuk
To not
or Keeve.
lead the flares right to his afterburner.
Keeve pulling into Wakatake here, trying to get a shot onto him. Fuel must be a worry for both players here as well, I would guess at this point, because Keeve is not burning away from this player as he dives down towards the B cap, trying to get the B cap to go off. Wakatake chasing him down.
Yeah, he might be trying to go for the D cap here on the B point.
Yeah,
try and get the ticket bleed back in his favor.
This probably will be the deciding factor here, I think, because he will just turn onto the cap and keep Wakatake from capping it himself, maybe. He will decap the point, so Wakatake does have to stay within the cap point and cap it himself, but that's going to allow Keeve to just head away to the 8th point and get the cap on that. So Wakatake in an unwinnable situation here, I think.
It might be, I think if Keeve is able to capture A, it might be just enough time, and stay on it for just a few more, maybe 5 seconds. It might be just enough time that Wakatake here, not also afterburning, might be able to just drain the last of the tickets of ENP away.
Yeah, I think
so. The capture point is
Keeve has to do here is just to turn around and stay on the cap himself and just stay alive. Wakatake might be able to get the decap. Yes, he will. So he's still putting pressure on this. And we could get the final fight here. Both players probably very, very low on fuel. Low on cannon ammo maybe as well. The head-on commit comes in from both teams, and they both finish each other off. But that is going to be Team Olus taking it because they're taking advantage, of course, bleeding not instantly for Team ENP. And that's going to be Olus taking the match 3-0 versus ENP.
Yeah, very surprising there for the people in the prediction there. Wakatake getting 2 kills and 2 caps. Balser getting a kill as well. Keeve getting 2 kills and 2 caps, winning the game in that head-on there. Deminuk also getting a kill and Syntax as well. But Olus are going to continue on trying to go after that 7th place, or if they're able to beat Legit Bongo, they can fight for 5th or 6th versus Trex. But ENP are going to be the 8th place seed going into the finals here next weekend. So congrats to them for qualifying and getting that 8th place seed. I believe they will be fighting Covert, as they were the first qualifier. So we will have those matches next week for the finals. But yeah, let's see. So congrats to ENP for qualifying, but also congrats for Olus for continuing on. And now they're going to be facing Legit Bongo.
Yep. As we get into the next game, we'll have to see. As the 4 start timer is 53 minutes from now, we'll see if Team Legit Bongo is awake and ready to go, as obviously Olus definitely seems to be. But we will have to...
We'll be back on Korea as well for the map choice here. And if you're wondering who is on Legit Bongo, they are led by the player Legit Bongo, their team captain. They also have Dex_X on their team, Artemis God, Tenryu, Space 3089, Simple, the little smiley face, and Gundazvan as their team lineup. So they'll be facing Olus here on Korea in a couple minutes time. We'll have to wait and see. Looks like Olus is all ready, so we'll just be waiting on Legit Bongo. Hopefully they aren't in a heat coma. Goodbye your points. Yeah, it was looking like a lot of people voted for ENP there, but Olus coming out on top, winning 3-0.
Looks like every one of them, Team Olus, is basically already in this lobby readied up. So we'll just have to see if Legit Bongo's gonna be here. As we get the information that Bongo team said 30 minutes allegedly, so have fun waiting. Well, that's gonna be an interesting time to deal with if that is the truth. Plus, we'll have to figure out if we are gonna go for another break or if we find something to talk about. What do you think, Jeff?
Well, I mean, all these teams are qualified. They are just fighting for, now 5th, 6th, and the 7th seed. So we'll see who will fight who in the finals here. But it is going to be Legit Bongo and Olist for our next match. So the loser will get 7th place, and the winner will go on to fight Trex for either 5th or 6th seed for the finals here. So, but if you guys are wondering what prizes they might be trying to qualify for in the finals, we can go over that here. So, for the finals, which will start next weekend, let's see here. For first place, they were fighting for 12,000 Golden Eagles for the players on the team. 30 days of premium each. 1 tank coupon worth 300 Gaijin coin maximum. 1 plain coupon worth 200 Gaijin coin maximum. An esports camouflage of their choosing up to 100 Gaijin coin. The first gladiator decal, the gold gladiator decal there. Some RP and SL boosters are their new titles. Major 2 Challenger Champion, as well as the Air Superiority Gold decal there. And then if they're able to get 2nd place in the finals, they get 10,000 Golden Eagles for the team, 30 days of premium, 1 take coupon worth the same amount, as well as the plain coupon as first place, as well as the esports camouflage worth up to 100 Gaijin coin. Also getting the regular Gladiator decal, SL and RP boosters, and they're going to get the new title WTCS Rising Challenger, as well as the Silver Air Superiority decal. And then getting 3rd place in the finals will give them 8,000 Golden Eagles, 30 days of premium, the same amount of value for the tank coupon, the plain coupon, and the camouflage, as well as that Gladiator decal. Getting that new title as well, the WTCS Rising Challenger title, and the Air Superiority Bronze decal. So that's going to be the prizes for the first 3 places there. And then as you get into 4th through 8th place, the Golden Eagles will go down a little bit, as well as 15 days of premium instead of 30. A little bit less Gaijin coin for the plain and tank coupons, but they are also still going to get the Gladiator decal, those RP and SL boosters, and those titles, as well as an esports camouflage of their choosing. If you want more information about that, I believe there was the post, the War Thunder news post about the Challenger series, or you can also find the information on our esports Discord, the official War Thunder esports Discord. If you want to join that, you can do !Discord in the chat, or you can click the links down below. Should be down there for you to click on. But yeah, it looks like M8 or Mate Set is getting an esports camo of their choosing. Make sure to message our moderators. We'll get you sorted out with that. But if you want your own esports camouflage, make sure to get in on that prediction to maybe win some Thunder points. Looks like Olist currently with 54%, Legit Bongo with 46% of the vote there. Let's see here. Yeah, so we'll be waiting for the we'll be waiting for the teams.
Yeah, we'll have a little bit of a break, possibly, maybe. We could probably come back in at least, 10 to 15 minutes, and we can talk about some of the, maybe some QA from the, about the new TSS website.
Yeah, we could do that if you want to do a small break before doing that.
We'll do a little bit of break. Everybody, we'll be back for the lower bracket final, Olist versus Legit Bongo in a little bit, but course, it's up to the teams to wait in order to be ready when they want to, as long as it's within the timer. But we'll see you in a little bit once again. Don't go anywhere if you want to keep watching and keep your prediction, of course. And we'll see you in a little bit. So, goodbye. Hello everyone, once
everybody.
again.
Welcome back.
Oh, as we sit here and wait for the teams to get ready, I think that Voyage or the team for Legit Bongo wasn't that ready to go for this one since it was a bit of a break, but it's their first match of the day, so I can't really blame them too much. You know, you see the time that it's set to start and you plan around that, of course. Of course, it sucks a bit more for Ola since they've been playing already, and you know, have been waiting for this game just as we are in the stream with you guys. As we can probably just go and spend some time talking about the new TSS Q&A. So I will bring that up once again, Jafafa. Thank you for having the link from yesterday for it.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we do have a new esports platform coming in the future, a little bit of a soon TM. It is a completely new from the ground up site to have our tournaments hosted on. And a lot of people have had questions about it, and we decided if you're in the esports Discord, you can see that there in the new tournament platform section in the Discord. If you're down in the Discord, make sure to join it. You do !Discord. But there were a lot of questions. We decided to go ahead and answer some of them. The first question about the existing features would be a tournament and match pause system for the best of series. The question was, can tournament matches be paused during qualifiers or playoffs on the new platform? And the answer is yes, tournament admins can pause a tournament at any time. But some points about this would be that no new matches in a best of series will be created while the tournament is paused, and ongoing matches will continue to exist and will not be cancelled. And once the tournament resumes, matches will proceed normally. And if the scheduled match time expires during the pause, matches will start as soon as both teams are ready. And in the event of an extended delay, organizers are going to be advised to adjust the schedule to avoid timing conflicts. And this feature this improvement of the tournament system is designed to handle situations such as server-related issues or player emergencies or pause requests from team captains. So very cool to have that on the new tournament platform. And then next question here about our existing features. Match replay, so a rematch in case something happens. So the question would be, can a single match or an entire best of series be replayed? And the answer to that will be yes. Administrators can replay individual matches or the complete series when necessary. And this feature is pretty much intended for the exceptional situations like server-side issues that would affect the outcome of match. So if the servers go down, we would be able to basically rematch either just that best, like a single match of a best of series or the complete series. So that's going to be very nice to have. Okay, you want to take the next couple?
You finished at match replay, yes?
Yep.
Alright, so we have another question. Of course, we have map ban system. And the question is, will map ban return system return? Of course, even back then when I played it, we had map bans. It was always a little bit difficult though sometimes because only the person who could ban maps was the team captain who made the team, and sometimes the browser would just not load properly. So, but yes, the answer to this is yes. The development is currently being finalized on the system. The system is designed to integrate smoothly into the tournaments without slowing down the competition flow, and team captains will receive in-game notifications to ensure they don't miss their turn to vote. My hope, and I believe this time it will hopefully be way easier to load up and make sure that you don't miss the map vote bans, because that was always important. Of course, next we have server region selection. Of course, currently, basically, if I remember correctly, Jafafa, basically all our tournaments are held on EU and CIS, right?
Yep.
But we used to have so many tournaments back in the day, but the question is, will tournaments be playable on other servers than EU? And the answer is yes, all available game server regions will be supported, including EU, CIS, NA, and SA. Of course, the organizers will be able to apply the server settings to an entire tournament or to individual matches. So, you know, maybe an entire tournament will be in a region, or, you know, if there's two teams that maybe are from NA or maybe from two teams from CIS, you can set the server region to more match the ping for those players to make it a little bit more equal, which, you know, definitely is nice to see. And of course, we have match scheduling and waiting times, which is something that's kind of relevant today, maybe. The question is, match delays can be sometimes very long. Will this improve, especially during maybe some weekly tournaments, especially, depending on how quickly matches end and start, and maybe the team doesn't show up and you have to wait really long for the next round. The answer is yes. The new platform will introduce dynamic scheduling here. The matches, so the points here, the matches can start immediately after the previous match end unless a fixed schedule is defined. And this will be really useful for daily tournaments. So maybe you'll see that if the first one round starts in these weekly tournaments, or one tournament or one round ends, and there's a long wait time, maybe the TSS will automatically adjust so the timer becomes shorter, so people do not have to wait as long for the next round to start. Another point is, of course, organizers can also pause and resume brackets during the major events when needed, which can be useful depending on if we have some server issues or maybe stream issues. Just useful in general, or if some player has an issue with the game themselves, or maybe just they aren't ready yet. And of course, another point is optional rest period. So maybe with the stuff we can, of course, force a lot of matches to happen right after each other. But of course, it's always nice to give, as for today as well, but with the warm weather in Europe, people might want a break to get some water and stuff, or take, of course, a toilet break. So, we're going to ask the players, of course, if we have the chance, it's like, hey, do you need a break? And, we'll give them a break to be able to go refreshing themselves up for the next match, which is always nice to see. And of course, we have the last improved random map selection, something that has been a thing we've seen in this qualifier as well. And the question is, the same maps often appear repeatedly. Will this be addressed? And the answer is yes. A new map selection algorithm will significantly reduce likelihood of the same maps being played, selected multiple times in succession, which we've seen definitely so far in the qualifier happen sometimes. And of course, it's still possible because it is randomly generated, but it will try to account for this and make it occur less frequently. And it does look like our teams are about to get ready soon.
Yeah, so we can go over the new features that we have on the new tournament website, probably in between the next match between Trix and whoever wins this round. But this round will be Legit Bongo versus Olist. For the team that loses here will get 7th place for the seeding for the finals, and the team that wins will be going on to face Trix for either 5th or 6th place for the seeding for the finals.
Yep,
it looks like the match has
round.
started here. Yep. We are back on Korea today in this round. Let's see what the teams are bringing to the tables. Let's see if that F16 is still in play for Olist, or they switched out maybe to something else. Waiting for the players to spawn in here and see.
And once again, the big question I see is the F16A will come out once again for Team Olist, so they definitely believe in this, and they've been using it on most maps, it seems. Which is interesting to see, because they are the only team that have been running this, in both the qualifiers now, so it is interesting.
Legit Bongo going to be using 4 MiG-29s. Usually we see them, sometimes they have used some F-15s in other rounds as well, but for the first game here on Korea, they're going to take out 4 MiG-29s. Going to be 3 Russian, 1 German.
Yeah, no, definitely we saw them yesterday. Most of the time they do have 4 MiG-29s, but sometimes they had an F-15. You can see the change come out. It seems to come out when they start losing some rounds.
Yeah.
The rounds don't go their way, they use the F-15, it seems, but they really are fans of the MiG-29, as we see one player going up north. Legit Bongo there, going to be trying to counter the enemy player on Olist, trying to go that way as well. But pretty wide spread for both teams. One player actually already turning around for Team Olist.
Yeah, if I had to take a guess, I'm pretty sure that Sebastis there, going right up the middle towards that B cap in that F16.
But all his MiG-29s just following a little bit of a ring there, heading down south to keep away out of the missiles coming from Legit Bongo. And one MiG-29 is rushing in sorta as well. We're being quite aggressive there. Yeah, we can see Dex down on the ground there going in towards B. So he's going to put pressure on Sebastis, I think.
Yeah, Sebastis going for the C cap there.
Is he going to be able to cap it though before he has to turn away? Because he spotted Dex, so they're definitely going to head for each other here. Only Dex managing to cap the B point, so taking pressure on them. Legit Bongo gonna launch a missile here. Sabasa is going down, but Sabasa actually set fire to Dex. So he actually did hit him with a cannon rounds in the head on there. So that could be a bad start for Team Legit Bongo here.
And we'll see if Dex goes down to that fire or if he's able to put it out. But Artemis God going down to Syntax, so going to be the first kill coming out onto Legit Bongo.
Yes,
Dex
does actually get the kill.
Shot down.
So
two players down for Legit Bongo. Ola's going to be up 4-2 here. Let's see Legit Bongo in space here. Doesn't have any more radar missiles though, so probably wants to start trying to dive down. But Demonuke up at altitude with Legit Bongo does have one more radar missile, I believe. Nope.
Yeah, Legit Bongo's going to get pressure from 2. He's going to be able to rocket that one out of the air. It does. Sabasas has to crit onto Tenryu as well, so Tenryu will be going down here in a second, and down to the team captain Legit Bongo all by himself in a 1v4. And there he goes down to the missile from Kiev. That's going to be a full sweep by Team Olis to take the first round versus Team Legit Bongo.
Yeah, Sabasas definitely putting in some work there, setting fire to Dex there in the opening engagement there. Sabasas getting the fire. Dex did look like he put it out, but I think he was just too critically damaged to keep it up in the air. And then Artemis God going down to Syntax as well, making them go down 2-4. Now let's just cleaning up the last 2 players of Legit Bongo. Legit Bongo, no kills there. Dex able to get 2 caps though in his damaged MiG-29. Sabasas with 2 kills and a cap. Kiev with a kill and a cap. Syntax with a kill, as well as Demonuke with an assist there, giving Team Olis the victory here in round number 1 of this best of 5.
Yeah, just well played. Sabasas winning his little head-on with Dex. The Vulcan coming out clutch, setting a fire. Most likely, I would guess, doing some internal damage as well, maybe taking out the tail control, because it looked like Dex was basically just out of the fight from that head-on. And of course, a trade, I think, was Syntax going down to the missile coming up from, I don't remember exactly who, but he also got taken down. So down to a 4v2 pretty much instantly. And I mean, 4v2 on a map like that, when everyone is kind of in the same area, you know, there's people up high for Team Moles as well. Basically just, you know, it's basically just over for them. I mean, Tenry tried to go into the low furball there, but Sabasas, I think, finished him off as well. So just unfortunate for there.
Yeah, Legit Bongo pretty much going to be the only one at altitude, had Demonuke right behind him as well. Demonuke didn't have any radar missiles though for Legit Bongo, so I think he was just running away from him. But yeah, as they turned back in at each other, firing some R60s and S24s, trying to take each other out. Bongo was the last one up, and then just went down to Kiev there at the end, to the R27 that Kiev had left over. So let's see if Legit Bongo do anything different to try and counter Sabasas in that F16, or they're just going to stick to their game plan and use the different side here, as the teams are going to switch sides of the map on what runway they take off of.
Yeah, once again, Legit Bongo is turning around. He's going for his reverse takeoff even on this map.
Gonna go for the reverse takeoff, but still gonna keep the 4 MiG-29s. Maybe they'll play a little bit differently to try and counter Sabasas. Maybe try and take him down first, focus him out.
Yeah, no, definitely causing a bit of trouble. I mean, Dex being sent in to, you know, fight for B, trying to get some cap pressure. So both teams definitely wanted to get some cap pressure. I mean, technically Dex did bring Sabasas off the C cap, so they didn't get the cap, but he, you know, losing that 1v1 maybe not worth it. But putting cap pressure on this map seems very important, because it is quite large in the ways of the size of the map, especially the north area, and I feel like the fights usually do not actually happen around the cap area. So definitely something to be worth planning for on this map, I would say. As we see,
yeah, definitely considering where you want to set or where you want to send your players on your team.
Demonuke definitely searching for the target here of Legit Bongo, the reverse takeoff, launching an R27 ER out, setting it up high and losing his lock so he can relock later. Of course, he's trying to dodge the lock in return. This one will come down to which missile has more energy, but it looks like Legit Bongo is fully turned around, deciding he will not win that fight as the 27 ER chases him down slowly. But that was going to force Legit Bongo really far back, so he's not going to be much help. But however, at the same time, Demonuke getting a missile launched in from another player. So, but at the same time, Artemis God is gonna get take down Syntax, as at the same time Dex gets taken down by somebody on Olis there. So down
There
1v1
goes
for trades.
Kiev, yeah, getting the kill
And
there.
Tenryu actually critically damaging what's it called? Sabasis and Demanuk also down, I think, as well at the same time. So down to just Kiev at this point, I think. Oh no,
Yeah, Kiev though getting a kill back onto Artemis God. So currently it is a 2v2. I'm not sure where Demanuk is, but it looks like he is pretty much stuck in F4, might be spinning down to the ground.
Ooh,
As
and the
Kiev
missile actually
Tenryu.
connects. Yes, Demanuk had lost both his wings, and Kiev does get taken down by the missile, not be able to get into multi-path territory before Tenryu's R-37ER connects. So, legit Bongo dominantly coming back into that one.
Yeah, it seemed like they played a little bit further away, and just were able to. Well, they were able to get the kill on Demanuk there, but wasn't confirmed until the last couple seconds there. But able to take out Sabasis and Syntax there, and
Yeah,
then just clean up Kiev to give them the round victory. So we're gonna tie it up one apiece here. Kiev getting 2 kills there for Team Olist, but no one else on the team able to get a kill. For Legit Bongo's side, it is going to be Artemis God with 2 kills and a Tenryu also with 2 kills. Dex getting a cap there for the team as well. So I think Legit Bongo definitely played a little bit more passive, just using their R27 ERs to their advantage. Obviously, they have 4 MiG-29s versus the 3 of Team Olist. So
yeah, no,
they
definitely. I
definitely
mean,
played their planes to their strengths and were able to take out a few players from afar and then just come in and clean up the rest of Olist.
wow, it looks like we're already into the next round. No time wasted. Even our uh, spectator there had almost no time at all to log into the game. I mean, they were already in the match loading in before he even joined the lobby there. So no time wasted between these two teams for that third round, 1-1. But yeah, I was gonna say that Demanuk did go up and force Legit Bongo away, but at the same time he's getting pressure from another player, and I think he just went down to that missile before he could dodge it fully. But yeah, the 27 ER trades is not working out in Team Olus's fashion that time. They got some 1-for-1 trades to start, but you know, two players basically traded back Demanuk, and Syntax traded by the team players of Legit Bongo, bringing it down to a 3 versus 1. Kiev equalizing it down to a 2v versus 1, but at that point, not in a great spot to dodge the 27 ER from, I think it was Tenryu to finish him off. So just the trades with the 27 ERs not going in the way of Olus that time.
Yeah, let's see if Olus can come back from losing that round, or will Legit Bongo continue the momentum they have of winning the last round and get another round here. But this is going to be round 3, this best of 5 here. Let's see, Legit Bongo pretty much climbing off the left side of the map like before, just
Yeah,
on the other
looking
side of
for
the map
that
now.
other player, looking to see if what's going to launch on that oldest player at the top of the map, probably Demanuk again. As we see two more players for Team Legit Bongo going into center towards A and B, right between them, and one on the bottom. Oldest more concentrated to the bottom of the map there with the two MiG-29s in the back, and Sebastian's heading into for C, I would guess. But he's going to merge in, of course, and spot the player at B. And is he going to go for him is the real question. I would assume so,
Yeah,
yes.
Tenryu is also pretty high up here.
Yeah, Tenryu high
between
up
A
to
and B.
support Dex, and Sabasa trading blows. Artemis got actually shooting that Syntax off the bat, so that's a player down already for Team Olist. As the missiles coming up from Sabasis here onto Tenryu, who's got to get down into multipath territory, and he does not manage to get it. He tried to notch the radar, it did not work out. Two players down already for Team Olist. Legit Bongo in control of this one perfectly, getting the 27 ER trades, and it does not look good for Team Olist here as the missile misses the intercept on the other 27 ER, and that's going to be all of Team Olist wiped within the 7-minute 30 timer there from the 10-minute start. So a quick round by Legit Bongo, crushing Olist for their second round.
Yeah, it seems like Legit Bongo figured out Olist's plan and pretty much got them pretty much read like a book as Legit Bongo clean sweeps Olist in this round, giving them the 2-1 lead in this best of 5. But looking at the scoreboard, Olist not getting a single kill across the board, but Legit Bongo does have Artemis God with 2 kills and a cap. Dex with 2 caps there. Legit Bongo getting a kill and a cap, and Tenryu also getting a kill. Those R27 ERs definitely launching a little bit better for Legit Bongo onto the plains of Olist. We'll see if maybe they can go back to their first round ways and get a victory here to tie it up to 2 apiece and maybe force that round 5. Or Legit Bongo just going to continue this momentum that they have, winning the last 2 rounds in a row and win the third one and send Olist out of the qualifier, locking them into 7th place for the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it just
For
felt
their
like
seeding.
it feels like it's kind of a repeat for Olist here, where they are Sebastian's just getting caught out again. You know, he has the 1v1
Yeah.
with Dex at the middle there. Of course, it only really worked out for the first time when he got the fire with the gunshot hit onto Dex, but this time, you know, he's not getting any kills, and then he's basically just forced to try to launch missiles to push the other 29s off of him, but getting caught out, not in multi-path territory, but, you know, even then, it's a 27 ER from above, it could still hit him anyway. So, not that lucky for him at this time as well. He has a lot of pressure on him once again, and just his team not in a good position to help him out. You know, maybe his player, I think Syntax, was in position to support him, but he got traded out by Tenryu really early on, or not, Artemis God actually,
I think it was Artemis
really
God,
early.
yeah.
Yeah, really early
Taking him
on.
out.
So basically, that goes Sabas's, you know, main support down instantly. That basically just leaves him out to dry at that point. But yet again, same strategy. Legit Bongo taking off there backwards, gonna go up north, have his duel with Demonuk. I think nothing different from either teams. Just gonna see if it works out differently this time. Maybe, you know, maybe Sabastis needs to do what he did that game versus EMP, where he just goes a bit more passive. Maybe.
Yeah, a little bit more passive play from the F-16. Maybe
Yeah,
try to go for... Just stay back a little bit, wait for the R27 ERs to be expended and able to notch or multipath them, and then
yeah, no,
just get in more of
definitely.
a close combat fight with the MiG-29s, because obviously the R60s, you can flare them a little bit easier than AIM-9M,
But yeah, the
and
missiles
then
coming
they're
out from
also
Tenryu
carrying,
there.
they're mostly carrying S-24s, so the missile count, the IR missile count is definitely lower on a
Mm-hmm.
MiG-29.
Missiles coming out from both sides here, getting traded off. Sabastis is going in with Dex though at B. A little bit different from Dex, I would say. More to see the second round in, but he tries to launch the missiles. Oh, gotta watch out for Team 3 there. Barely kissing the branches there with his left wing. Almost had a repeat of the early incident. Artemis God dodging a missile and trying to notch away from it. Tenryu shooting down an R27 in return there. Sabastis actually gets a crit onto Dex there, I think, in the game chat. Yes, he did. So,
Yeah,
good start
severely
here for
damages
them.
Dex. Dex might go down here if
Oh,
he's
Artemis God
still
trying to
flying.
dodge the missile. Syntax getting the kill onto Artemis God as well. So 2 players down now for Legit Bongo. So looking good for Team Olist here. Sabasis does get the kill finally onto Dex.
And Legit Bongo able to shoot down an R27ER probably with an S24 there, but it is going to be a 2v4 here
Yeah, and
for
he
Legit
has
Bongo.
Sabasis right behind them, chasing him down, trying to spray some Vulcan rounds. All out of 9Ms already. So he's to be able to run away, but you know, the gunshots are a bit scary still. And somebody on Team Olist will be able to come help Sabasis here to put pressure onto Tenryu, I think, in a second.
Yeah,
Legit
Legit
Bongo
Bongo in a 1v1 here
up
versus
high, trying
Demonuke.
to launch a
Demonuke.
27 ER at somebody else while trying to dodge the gunshots from Demonuke and keep his lock, but that might have made him lose the lock, and he just come back for the reversal, and he did actually manage to shoot down Syntax at the same time, so Demonuke missing that shot. Not a great start, I would say, because he has a shot here. Legit Bongo trying to launch off the R60s that are actually going to connect with Demonuke, so Demonuke not doing a good job there of securing the kill. Syntax kind of suiciding in for it to distract Legit Bongo, and down to a 2v2 now. And this might be a bad situation here, because Tenryu does have an R27 ER, and if he's allowed to turn around here from and able to launch on Kiev, he could support Legit Bongo, but Legit Bongo does tank the missile from Kiev, down to have 1 versus 2 here, and Tenryu gets his wingtip finally taken off by F16, getting close enough to secure the kill onto him. And that's going to be a close round.
Yeah, very close round between these two teams, going down to pretty much a 2v2 here at the end. But again, Tenryu's positioning, being chased down by Sabasis, not helping out. Was almost able to get the missile off onto Kiev, but Sabasis right behind him, able to take off his wingtip. Legit Bongo as well, trying to go for Kiev, just gets his wings taken off. So this is going to go to round 5 here between Olist and Legit Bongo. Next round win will give them the chance to fight for 5th or 6th place against Treyax in the next round. And the player,
It
the
just
team that
felt
loses will be locked into 7th place for the finals. But looking at the scoreboard here, yeah,
Yep.
Kiev with a kill and 2 caps, Sabasis with 2 kills, being a lot better round from Sabasis in that F16, and Syntax as well getting a kill for Team Olist. Team Legit Bongo, it is only Legit Bongo himself getting 2 kills that round onto Demonuke and Syntax.
Yeah, no,
so round 5 here.
It felt really awkward there, honestly. Demonuke almost getting the game to be thrown for his team there, because they started off super well with 2v2, but I mean, basically Syntax just went in for the bait with legit Bongo there, with the missile launch, you know, letting him like, hey, I'm gonna tank this R27ER or distract him. He's trying to get the kill. He's trying to keep lock onto the Syntax, and Demonuk just missing the shot and overshooting and actually getting himself killed to the R6DM because he's just too slow to actually be able to flare it properly away from his engines there. As we get into the last round, but that felt a bit awkward for a little bit. Can't lie, I was a bit nervous for Team Olus there.
Yeah, it was looking a little bit shaky, but they were able to get the first 2 kills there. So it was going to look like a sweep, but then Legit Bongo comes back and takes out 2 players to even it up. But I think
Especially
Olus
a bit
just had
scared,
better positioning at
but
the end of the game there.
A bit scared there for Tenryu because he was slowly trying to turn around with the F16 behind him to get the launch onto Kiev so he could help out Legit Bongo, but Legit Bongo going down just in time for him to, you know, be able to dodge the 27ER incoming probably. But pretty close. And of course him turning around, you know, puts him into the risk zone because Sabastis can turn slightly inside him and get closer and closer, and we saw that as how he got finished off in the end. You know, turning around to try to help out his team captain was what cost him his life in the end, because that 20 mil from Sabastis was close enough to hit the shots easily into his right wing.
Yeah, take off his right wing tip there. But it looks like Tenryu going to be going up to the north side of the map. Not Legit Bongo this time.
Yeah, changing it around a bit.
Well,
we saw that yesterday as well versus Trex, where Legit Bongo switched out where he wanted to play it. So.
Well, it looks like Demonuk over on the side of Olus in that, was that E7 square? Right above E7. Turning around though.
Yeah, Sabastis actually doesn't seem like he's going full in this time, and neither is anybody from Team Legit Bongo, really.
Yeah, both teams playing passive.
Yeah,
they
that
know
one.
That,
exactly.
they do not want to lose.
They're all turning inside. Even that low player at Dex is not really at B just yet. Like, they're still like, do I really want to try this? Do I want to go? Do I want to go? Missiles coming out from Tenryu onto, I would assume that it's Demonuk here. It's gonna have enough range because we're definitely at good altitude here. There's a fight going on, but at the same time, Artemis got just that takedown Kiev, so down a player already. Well, he's severely damaged. It's not a good start for Olist. Oh, that missile, Demonuk is so close. But the missile in return, Tenryu is gonna try to shoot it down, and he does manage to shoot it down. Missiles coming out from both sides once again, though Demonuk does shoot it down as well, I think. What did he get damaged there? But on the other side of the part, Syntax also getting taken down. Demonuk launching onto Tenryu here, so a lot of time wasted by Tenryu with Demonuk here. And it's not a good situation. Ola's already down 2 players, not even able to trade anyone back yet. And this looks really bad for Team Olist.
Yeah, not sure. Sabastis down there on the ground trying to fight Dex. It looked like, from what we saw, yeah, it looks like Dex and Sabastis locked in 1v1. Demonuk and Tenryu over here, kind of higher up in the altitude. But it looks like Sabastis is going to get collapsed on by the other 2 players of Legit Bongo down there. See what happens. Demonuk. Actually, Sabastis taking out Tenryu from below.
9M's coming in clutch.
Sabastis yes. Looks like he's going to go down, though, to Legit Bongo.
And all down to Demonuk here. And the S24 actually proxies onto Demonuk, I think. Or time fuses off and his tail control is very much gone, and Demonuk shall meet the ground soon as he lets his pilot maybe have a chance to survive, and Sabastis, so that's one technically alive, but that is going to be Legit Bongo heading back up to fight Trex once again.
Yes, Olus will get that 7th place seed for the finals. Legit Bongo will go on to face Trex for either 5th or 6th place for their seeds. So Legit Bongo will win 3-2 versus Olus.
As Artemis celebrates by setting.
Yeah, we will have a repeat of yesterday's upper bracket match between these 2 teams as well. Trex did win 3-2 versus Legit Bongo. It was a very close game between the 2. So we'll have probably another close game between those 2 teams. But looking at the scoreboard for this round, it was Legit Bongo getting 3 kills, Artemis God getting a kill, and Dex as well. Over on Olus's side, weren't able to take down anyone. Looks like Tenryu did crash, though.
But that's going to be it for Team Oldest. As you said, they get the 7th seed there. And that's going to be Legit Bongo going up for a fight to fight for that 5th seed versus Trex once again. This will be an interesting one, definitely.
Yeah, we'll see if Trax will able to repeat what they did yesterday and beat Legit Bongo again, or Legit Bongo will just have to settle for that 6th place seed. But if you guys were wondering who is on Team Trex, we did see them yesterday. They are led by Team Captain Salty. They also have Endermit456 on the team, as well as Nimitz Boy, Iowa with a little smiley face, 8 Morts, 6 Blesses, Surreal with a smiley face, and Softs with a smiley face as well. They did beat Legit Bongo yesterday, but it's a new day. They're also on a different map. They will be on Palo Islands, I believe,
I think so, yes.
for the finals. Yes.
We'll be
So
on Palau Islands.
different map as well.
And I don't think we've seen this at all. I think maybe we saw it once in the first qualifier, in maybe the first round, I think. But since then I had not seen this map, so it'll be interesting to see. Of course, they fought on Norway yesterday, where JX came out on top. So maybe the map difference will be what they need for Team Legit Bongo to take the win this time versus Team JX.
And we'll see what happens there. Who will get the better seeding for the finals next week. But we can go back to our Q&A about the new tournament website, new tournament platform, for some of the new features that are coming out soon, TM, for that new tournament platform.
Yep.
And so one of the first questions about new features, a lot of people were asking, will the new platform include notifications for matches and tournaments? And the answer is this feature is currently under development, and the planned notifications will include in-game notifications for the tournament starting, the platform notifications for general updates, and dedicated notifications for major events and special competitions. So it will give you a lot of chances to be notified when your tournament is starting so that you do not miss it. And then another highly requested new feature, helicopter support. A lot of people have been asking about helicopter battles and helicopters in the mixed tournament as well. And the question itself was, will helicopter-specific modes be available, and will helicopters be included in mixed lineups? And the answer is helicopters are going to be supported on that new platform, and a dedicated helicopter modes will be planned in for the future. However, helicopters are not currently planned for the mixed lineups in major competitions. So those mixed 4v4s that we had earlier in the year would not include helicopters when we get them on the new tournament website. And then one of the highly requested features to be added was a nation ban system. And so people are asking, will it be possible to ban a whole nation's lineup from probably rounds? It wouldn't be the whole tournament itself. But the answer is yes, we are currently developing a nation ban system based on principles similar to the map ban system. So teams will be able to ban one or more nations during the drafting phase, creating new strategic possibilities and increasing competitive depth there. Want to do the last two, Katie, there? About presets?
Yes, sure. I will do presets over presets and press accounts. The question is, will press accounts feature be available? And say the question answer is yes. During the playoff stage of major tournaments, organizers will be able to temporarily grant access to all lineup presets through the platform only for the duration of the event. So, you know, if the players want everything that's available in the lineups, they will be able to get those in this major tournament, but of course they will remove those vehicles if they don't own them afterwards to their account. To make it as fair as possible, of course, during the majors, that everyone has the access to everything, especially if we're going to do nation bans. I feel like that's very important. So, you know, some people might only have a few nations grinded, of course, on their main account to, or have, you know, ace crews and everything spaded, ready to go. So that's important, I think. The new tournament formats as well. The question is, will the new bracket formats be supported, or will new bracket formats be supported? And this is the answer is yes. The platform will support the following formats. So we will have a Swiss system, single elimination, double elimination, a Swiss stage followed by double elimination, round robin, and group stage. So I think it will just depend on which kind of tournament it is. Maybe it's a weekly tournament, we'll have single elimination because it's a weekly tournament that happen constantly. But I think for the big ones, we'll probably have more of a Swiss system, if I had to guess myself. And of course, we have one more actually. Player profiles and statistics. And the question is, will players have detailed profiles and statistics similar to Liquipedia, which is a website for a lot of games that a lot of games use to, list teams, personalities, and players, and their statistics and team history and that kind of stuff. And the answer for this is we are actively developing a player profile system that will include tournament statistics and achievements. Profiles will be publicly accessible through the platform and searchable through an integrated player database. Additional statistics and metrics are still being defined. So that'll be nice to see that you can maybe check out people's statistics in tournaments, how well they usually do, what teams they've been on, and what they've actually won in the past, maybe.
Yeah, so these questions, if you're wondering if you have even more questions about the upcoming new tournament platform, if you join our official War Thunder Esports Discord, you'd either do !Discord in the chat there or scroll down and click on the Discord invite. Go ahead and ask your questions in the Q&A panels there. But I think we will have more questions answered in the upcoming weeks here about the new tournament platform as well. And any information, you'll be the first to know if you are on that Discord as well. So make sure to join if you really want to get the news as it comes out. But we will have a little bit to go before the finals of the qualifier here start up.
Yeah, no, definitely. We're just waiting for the last batch. We have most of Team Legit Bongo in the lobby. We just have to be figuring out when Team Trax is gonna join, because of course the timer to 4 start is currently 54 minutes. I would be happy to oblige and ask Team Trax if they would like to start a bit earlier. Of course, I'm not gonna be forceful to you, but it would be nice if you got around so we could start it up and not have Team Legit Bongo, of course, themselves have to wait too long to start the next game. But we will see. When Team Trax decides to show up, of course, this is their first match of the day, so of course, they're going to be looking at the timer, on the website to see when the match is for starting, and that's maybe when they decide to show up, or if they are already before that, then that will be what will be. So we'll see. Maybe one player from Team Trax will be in the chat and tell us, hopefully, at some point.
Team Trax, if you're out there, please tell us when you were joining. But yeah, if you do want to get in on the prediction of who will win this best of 5, who will get the 5th place seed, and who will get the 6th place seed, currently Trax 34% and Legit Bongo 66% in the prediction. But I just want to remind you guys that Trax did beat Legit Bongo yesterday, so maybe.
Yeah, I think we had very similar odds as well in that final too. Like most people believed in Legit Bongo, and Trax was a surprise, and we had some big winners for Team Trax that time. But
yeah, but it is a rematch. Maybe Legit Bongo have learned a little bit about their opponent and might be able to get the better of them.
And definitely, it felt like the reason why Trax won that game is just because they just came out on top of those 2v2s at the end. So winning the clutch situations where they had to lock in for the just the 1v1 duels on the side each side of the map, and just being able to win one so they could help their teammate out is really what won Trax that game. So it wasn't like Legit Bongo played them badly. It was just going down 2 for 2 trades almost every single round, and just losing out on the final duels to finish out the game.
Yeah, so we will see if Trax able to repeat their victory versus Legit Bongo. But again, they are going to be on a different map today than yesterday, so that could be the deciding factor as well. So we will see who comes out on top. But yeah, we'll have to wait a little bit here. Maybe we'll take a small break here while we wait for Trax to join into the lobby. See if any thoughts or insider information, Cave.
I'm trying to figure it out currently. Maybe Team Legit Bongo has some information as well, but I don't know anybody that directly that plays on Team Trex, I think. So maybe we'll just have to figure it out in a bit. But maybe we'll take a short 10-minute break, I think, and we'll see if we get a reply from any of the teammates.
Yeah, and if
So-
they ready up before then, we'll make sure to cut our break short and bring you the match. But we'll go for a little bit of a break. We'll be right back.
We'll see you in a bit, chat. We'll be right back. Just gonna take a quick break, waiting for the teams to ready up. Should see if Trex is gonna show up before the timer, but see ya.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from the little break there. So we wait for the teams to ready up. We're having Team Trex versus Legit Bongo, a rematch of yesterday for either 5th place or 6th place for the qualifications for the finals here, which will be next week. So these teams trying to fight it out to get that better seeding to fight maybe a team that they might find easier next weekend in the finals for this Challenger Series, this 4v4 air superiority. But yeah, like I said, we're just waiting on the teams to load into the match and ready up here. It'll automatically start in 35 minutes, but hopefully the teams come by a little bit earlier and ready up so that we don't have to wait too long. But yeah, we did have a War Thunder update in the past week. I think it was on Wednesday, right? The update day. Have you guys been enjoying the new update? Have you guys played any of the new vehicles? Are you grinding for any of the new vehicles? Maybe you'd like the new features as well in the game. I did hear the Term 3 finally got its third plane stabilizer, but I haven't checked it out yet. I want to see I want to see if I can like tilt myself on a hill and still fire straight. Would be pretty cool. Probably have to check that out as well. What about you, Gabe? Anything in the new update you've been playing? I saw a couple of your videos on the new stuff.
Just been trying a little bit of everything out. I tried some Hummel. It was pretty fun. The APHE. It's kind of funny if I
Have you
got
used the
low.
sap on it?
I used a little bit of the SEP, and I had some of the, the sub-caliber APHE rounds, which are really fun to use because you can murder most of the heavy tanks you fight at that BR, of course. A bit surprising, since you basically are firing, the Pentagon 39 from the Tiger.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but in the 150 mil, it actually flies a little bit faster, even I think, than even on the Tiger 1, and you actually have a little bit more pen as well, so it's pretty powerful. And surprises a lot of people, which is, I think the most fun part about it. Of course, up to the top tier tanks, the new Abrams are comfortable and nice to play. And the Leopard 2 RI was a bit surprising. The hull armor was a lot stronger than I suspected.
I saw both the new Abrams for the one for the British and I think it was the Sub V3 for America get a camo net in the tech tree, and they added physics to like camo nets and like the chains around like the T90s and Merkavas and stuff. It looks pretty cool when you're like driving around it, moving around on the tank.
No, it's a nice little touch on the camo nets finally to make them move around, not just be still, unaffected by the wind as you drive along. But it's an interesting detail to see finally. Of course, I think we talked about it yesterday, but the best feature so far by the patch is definitely the favorites thingy in the decal menu. Because
also in the decoration menu as well.
Yeah.
So if you have your favorite decorations, like the cool hats that I've had over the years, or the signs, or bushes as well.
But especially
with all the gnomes.
I've been playing for so many years, and I have so many decals collected that it's, clicking on some of the categories is still an adventure to try to find the one you're looking for, especially in the the other category or holiday category. There's been a lot of holiday ones that I've gotten over the years, so that one basically just fills up the entire window when I open those. So it's very nice to be able to favorite my favorite ones and put them in a special category to open and find the ones I normally use. So pretty useful.
Yeah, I think my holiday one, I think I have like every single like nation like tank day or whatever, or ground forces, and like the last couple of years. So it's just like British ground forces decal, like 2020 and 2021, 2022, 2023, like all of them just stacked up in the one tab. And favoriting decals is really nice when you, especially when you get a bunch of new tanks in this update. You can apply all the decals to all the planes at once, pretty easily. Planes and tanks.
I got the information from one of the players on Team Trex, and he said they would want 10 to 15 minutes to warm up. They said, so we'll expect them to be here in about 15 minutes, hopefully. So it's nice by them to at least give me an answer, so I know. But
that's not too bad then.
Yeah, it's not too bad. You know, hopefully not the full 30-minute timer at least that we have left. So,
Yeah. So,
because of course we
but yeah, I
want
did
to.
see. Have you tried out the? I heard the Yak 130 and 9.3 is pretty strong in ground. People using either four of the I think it's Cab 500s, or also taking some of the S13 liquid rockets,
Yeah, I haven't tried it
as well for
myself
some later
yet,
targets.
but I feel like it would be very easy to grab 3 of the cabs and then 1 pod of S13s to maybe pick up some more kills in it. But it seems pretty strong. As of now, of course, it does come with flares, so you can't really pre-flare stingers like maybe you can in something like the A4E. These really in US ones where you can carry, you know, walleyes and bow pops as well, or just walleyes and GB rates for these really one. So we've already had that, you know, in the game for a little bit, I would say, just for the American Israeli teams. So maybe it's, you know, some people will probably see it as a bad thing that we get more of that on the same BR, but I feel like it also is, you know, people like to ignore the fact that there's been that A4E has been there for a while doing basically the exact same thing for years now. So of course other nations getting a bit of a counter to it and the same thing is good and bad, I would say. It balances out
Yeah,
that, you know, one team can do, you know, one more team can do the same thing, but at the same time it can be a bit annoying. I understand that.
yeah. I think like at 9.3 there was pretty much only the SU7 you had basically, but
Mm-hmm.
then I think there was the one in the tech tree. I think lost its ballistic computer, and then it was re-added or something like that. Or I think it was ballistic computer for bombs. I think was removed on one of the SU7s. I think it was maybe the premium one.
Yeah,
But yeah, having just regular, I think it was only like 6 S24s, but now you have guided bombs as well. Pretty cool, different capability there for Russia. And
just
then at
giving a
9.3
little
you
bit
get
of,
to play the BMP3, so
yeah, I feel
pretty
like
good combo there.
it's a very good combo that you get to add it to the 9 free lineup, which has some pretty strong stuff there for Russia. Very
I
nice
think the
lineup.
Yak 130 also looks pretty cool as well as a plane. It's
Mm.
like deceptively tiny, but very cute.
Very tiny and nice indeed. It also maneuvers a little bit better, I'd say, than the E4E, so that's an advantage for it. Of
Yeah,
course, not having flares can be a bit annoying, especially with air-to-air
yeah, for sure.
and stingers. You
But
know,
thank
the
you, Snake Brook, for the Prime sub as well.
yes, thank you very much. But it's, yeah, it's not been a terrible patch. I mean, there's some interesting stuff, but definitely the features are probably the highlight, honestly. Of course, we got
Yeah,
some HD
the new
textures as
features.
well to spice up the textures on the vehicles in the game as well to make them maybe not look as blocky anymore. If you really paid attention up close on the default textures, it looks a bit, you know, you could definitely see where there was a little bit lacking in the resolution of the, you know, the
Yeah,
vehicle,
for
like the
sure.
skins themselves and the models themselves. Which was nice to get them. They look a little bit cleaner now. You can definitely, you can tell on quarters and stuff and big large upper front, you know, plates that where it shapes up nicer this time, I think.
Yeah, it's good things there. I was
And
also
of
playing a little
course,
bit of the 7.3 Albatross for Japan at the ballistic computer with the Zunis. Kind of strong. I mean, the plane itself, the flight performance is pretty poor on it. You can't really maneuver very well, and if you get a plane on you, it's pretty hard to shake it off. But if there aren't any enemy planes up, ooh, it can wreak some havoc. It's a pretty
yeah,
fun
no,
plane to
very
use.
definitely
And
to pick up.
they also changed Chao Zuni's fire, where it launches from the same pod, like outer to in. So you can
Yeah, no
use pretty
longer
much
switching in
the
between
out
them one
pods.
one one.
Yeah.
Like instead it just fires the Zuni same Zuni set until it's empty until it goes to the next one, which does make it easier to aim because you're getting used to the same ones.
Yeah. And then when it gets down to those four inner ones, they're pretty accurate with the computer as well. So pretty cool playing that at 7.3 Japan. But I also saw a lot of people are enjoying the new Pucara as well. The I think it's at 4.3, I think it is, or 4.7, and it has Pompero rockets, I believe, which are a lot of people have been using.
Very
Apparently,
strong
they're pretty
HE
effective.
rockets and they fly. I mean, it feels like a laser. Honestly, they fly incredibly straight, and especially when you get down to that middle pod on it, I mean, they're basically laser accurate to snipe tanks at that BR. And even in
Yeah.
air, it seems pretty strong. I've seen
I
people
did.
get
You
some
know what? I
high
did
kill
see some
games.
clips of using the rockets actually to shoot down some
Mhm.
planes. Did see some
But
clips of that.
having, 220 mils at that BR and actually a decent amount of ammo, especially for that BR, is pretty good for air-to-air work as well. Even though the plane is quite large, so it's definitely not hard to miss. But we are still waiting, of course, for the team tracks to show up in this lobby. We'll give them a bit of time to warm up as they said they wanted to. I hope everyone in chat is having a good time. And hopefully we don't have to wait for too long for this last final match of the day to start up to decide the seed. But yes, indeed, Monkey Pampero. It's also a funny name. I can't wait for all the YouTube videos on that plane just to hear the ways that people are gonna say Pampero, to be honest. It sounds like a meme in its making, to be honest. Which
Oh, you're gonna hate me for saying this, but it kind of sounds like the beginning of some kind of brain rot meme.
It does. That's what my brain tells me. So somebody says it like that, it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Jodo really loves pronouncing Pampero, which is funny. It's like a funny thing when we get these unique names to a certain type of weapon. Maybe it's co-developed. Maybe it just has a different name in that language of the nation that is using it on the plane or tank. It's always fun when people
Yeah, is
hear...
it like indigenous? Is it Argentina?
I think so. I think it is
Or is
indigenous
it
Argentina.
Venezuela?
It's Argentina.
Is Argentina? Okay.
Yeah. Or a coin aircraft, so a plane mostly made for counterinsurgency type of stuff, so low intensity conflict. Maybe not a low intensity conflict in War Thunder, I would assume, as you get a lot of SPA and other planes fighting you, but that's probably why it is a decently low BR but having modern turboprops and that kind of stuff on it, which is interesting to see as always.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard it like in a battle, but I know the turboprops in this game are quite allowed, like the Wyvern and such, where they're like indistinguishable sound there, so you know when one is like flying around the battlefield.
It's like a drone from the walkers from War of the Worlds. It's like a droning noise over the entire battlefield when a Wyvern or an A2D flies over you.
Yeah, definitely a bit easier to maybe to spot in the air for your SPA, but if you hear it and you don't see it and you know those pamperos are coming, then it might be a little bit out of luck that they're already firing down on you.
But definitely a strong plane. I think Palmaria is something I want to try. The Palmaria actually looks like the new Italian SPG as well, being on the 040 hull, but being at a decently low BR as well. I think the reload is a bit longer than most of the ones we've gotten lately.
Yeah, I don't think it's not like the Panzerhaubitze or the 5-second reload. I want to say it's 10.
I think it's 10, yeah.
Automated? I think it's 10, or at least on the dev server.
And it's very easy to 50 cal as well. It does not have the same amount of armor as a lot of the other SPGs, so it's very easy to get 50 cal beam and autocannon. So it's pretty vulnerable
so like
in the turret.
M109 armor?
Yeah, it's pretty vulnerable in the turret, which is probably why it's at the BR it is, because it doesn't have a laser rangefinder and that kind of stuff, a little bit longer reload, but it is pretty maneuverable, being on a 40 hull, of course.
Yeah. It's a shame it doesn't have the 40 MTCA engine to go extremely fast. I think that's the lower horsepower one. But yeah.
But it looks pretty interesting because usually all the SPGs have their turrets on the back, right? So you kind of have to peek a corner, and this one is actually on the front, so you might actually be easier to peek corners. With this, you'll be able to get guns on much quicker, unless because the other ones you basically have to turn around and reverse out if you wanted to expose as little as possible to yourself, but you can do it the other way in this one. And of course that means you can actually, hopefully, if somebody makes a mistake and doesn't realize that your turret doesn't have armor, they will shoot the over 40's upper front plate, which at 6.7 isn't terrible, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the angle it's at is kind of like, I know when I was fighting, if you're fighting like a leopard one, I think
Yeah.
it's similar armor and angle. Like in a T32, you're not able to pen the upper front plate because it will just ricochet rounds. The
Yeah,
angle is
so
just
I
too
think that
great.
some people will get surprised by that when they shoot the upper front plate of that.
Yeah.
And especially if you get fully down to it. I mean, some of the Tiger 1 C3045s will definitely struggle with that hull.
Yeah, fighting a Tiger 1 in a Palmaria might be interesting.
So definitely for people who haven't seen it before, probably gonna catch them a little bit off guard.
Yeah, it is also a nice like lineup filler for the 6.7 Italy lineup because you get the Pershings, you get the, I think it's the Obel
Mm-hmm.
and the Fiat, and now the Palmaria. Pretty good lineup there, as well as getting the. I think for cast we'd probably use like the RE 2005,
2005, yeah.
maybe the TU2 as well. So that'd be a pretty good lineup now, having a tank destroyer.
Yeah. Yes, we actually do have some players. We have 2 players from Team 3X has joined the lobby, as the rest of Legit Bongo has been waiting since they finished the last game here in the lobby, so give it a few minutes. Hopefully they'll say hello and hi to each other and ready up for the next game. Of course, this is the final game of the day, as it's his final in the upper bracket. Legit Bongo did just beat, I think it was indeed oldest, yes, to go back
Also,
up to the upper bracket once again. You know, yesterday they did fight Trix and lose 3-2 to them, but they have a chance now to get the win of the qualifier, and of course that will give them a little bit of a nice extra booster, I think, for the win in this qualifier. But mostly it's about the seeding for the actual playoffs. Of course, if you get a better slot in the seeding, at seed slot 5, I think, instead of 6. If you win this final, you actually will get a better spot in the playoffs.
yeah, so definitely want to get that highest seed possible in this qualifier number 2. Obviously, the highest qualifying position that they can have is 5th place, and I believe the 5th place will be going on to face Skyhammer
Mm-hmm.
in round 1 of the playoffs. That will be next weekend, if you're wondering. We'll have an announcement about when the stream times will start on our official Worthlander Esports Discord, if you want information about when that will start as well.
And of course, I think we'll
But
post some about the bracket as well.
yep, I think we'll have. I think there's a news post about the teams that qualified, and then a news post about when the streams will start. But yeah, it looks like
Well, the teams are definitely here. We're just waiting for them to ready up. I think Cyril had
yeah,
a
they're
little
trying
bit of
to
issue.
fix. Yeah,
but-
trying to fix an issue, but everyone is there, just waiting for them to ready up.
We have Team Trix versus Legit Bongo coming back for their little rematch to get the last seed there, and we'll have 17 minutes for start, but most players seem like they are here, so they probably are ready to start for today and get this last match going. Any second now, as I wait for our director to give us the call, since of course there are a little bit of a delay ourselves to this to our director, to prevent any advantage being gained by team players. Maybe not so much more air, but for ground that probably could be a bit more important. But it's a little bit of delay between
it's only
2
it's
minutes.
a 2-minute delay for
Yeah.
air, and then 3 minutes for ground battles. Just because ground vehicles tend to move a little bit slower.
But,
But we
we
did
get
get
the
word that
call.
the match starts in 2 minutes.
So we'll wait out that little delay for 2 minutes, in 2 minutes between our little stream from our director to us, and of course we have no delays of the stream itself to you chat. So together we shall wait for this 2-minute start. So we go on to...
see, looking at that prediction, it is going to be Legit Bongo with 63% of the prediction tracks, with 37% over 500,000 points in the prediction. People are rooting for Legit Bongo after watching them take down Olist to get back up into the upper bracket. They think that Legit Bongo are going to be the ones to win versus Trix, get that 5th place seed for the playoffs. Are going to be on a different map than yesterday. Trix did beat Legit Bongo on, so maybe that'll play a part in it. Maybe maybe it won't matter at all. Maybe Trix will just beat Legit Bongo again 2 days in a row and get
Yeah.
that higher seed. But looks like the match should be starting here in just a couple seconds.
Wouldn't that be really, really funny if they get reverse swept again?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
maybe they let Legit Bongo win the first 2 rounds and then reverse sweep them right after that. That would be
Maybe I'm like
pretty crazy.
honestly mostly interested to see this map because, yeah, again, as I said earlier, we only saw it on the first qualifier day 1, and then we haven't seen it since. So it's interesting to see how these bad teams played. You know, we only got to watch 2 teams play it, and it's a very interesting map because it's a lot of ocean. 2 of the caps are basically completely in the water, and only the middle cap being sort of close to terrain. But there's some very, very tall mountains there in the middle of the area of the map. You know, like this is basically just really, really tall volcanic islands right in the middle and just ocean all around. So it's not a lot of terrain to fight around, but the terrain you do have to fight around is very, very tall. So it can be hard to maneuver around, but also very easy to use to dodge missiles, of course, as we get into the first round here. Trax versus Legit Bongo. So you can see those islands I just talked about.
Islands.
Yeah, very, very steep hills up, but a lot of ocean around as well. So terrain easy to use, but also can work against you if you are trying to dodge a missile while passing over the terrain, of course.
Yeah, definitely want the missile to slam into the mountain and not your plane. But looking at the team lineups here, Legit Bongo going to stick with their 4 MiG-29s for the first round of this match here. And over on the side of Team Trix, we will have 8 Morts in the F-15A, and the rest of the team playing the German MiG-29 there. But we'll have Dex here as we spectate. Looks to be gaining some altitude. Trying to maybe spot someone in the TWS. 8 Morts seems to be staying low in the F-15 with Endermit flying up towards B here.
Yeah, no, definitely very low. Launching an AIM-7M off already. Not too low, but he's going to use that mountain, right? Gonna, you know, fire off a missile, maybe force some player to be a bit wary, because you don't know exactly, maybe on the basic MiG-29 RWR as well, what's actually locking you at the same time.
Yeah, he doesn't know if it's an AIM-7 coming in or a R-27ER, which would be a little bit
and we have
faster.
Artemis God and Artemis about to merge with themselves, but not being able to pull her shots. Tenryu up high though. 8 Morts is in a bit of a trouble, I would say, and Legit Bongo at the same time takes out Endermit with the R-27ER at long range, and 8 Morts, oh, missile barely passing by. A good start for Legit Bongo though. 1 player already down, I would say. Yeah, Endermit back in the background on fire. 8 Morts, not in a great situation because a lot of players around him, and he's got to pick one target to go for here and wait for his team to come back to help him out. Of course, Iowa up high, launching a Legit Bongo there, trying to get the connection, but missing. But Legit Bongo did get a kill finally on Endermit. Surreal with a missile onto Dex here. So a lot of chaos. Everyone's just in the fray. Missiles going everywhere. Legit Bongo. Surreal actually does take down Dex there as well, so trades back and forth. Iowa up high with the missile launches maybe onto Legit Bongo here, but nobody's going to go in for Tenryu. He's going to lock in, try to dodge that R-27ER, yes. And just no trades coming out really after those initial 2 trades.
Yeah, Legit Bongo using both of his radar missiles there down to the S-24s
Yeah,
and S-60. Looks like Artemis God trying to fire at Tenryu, and looks like 8 Morts gets taken out though. And Tenryu also getting critically damaged and center fire by 8 Morts there.
Yeah, so a trade in the head-on, I would assume.
Someone on his 6. It's going to be a 3v2 here for Cyril and Iowa. Try and get another kill here to maybe even it up. Iowa launching at Artemis God down there while trying to chase down Legit Bongo.
Yes, going to be able to pull in here, try to get a gunshot maybe as he pulls up high. Some long-range sprays are possible, but he's spraying. Yeah, he's trying his best to spray in. Legit Bongo try to keep his energy up. It's very risky in this moment because you don't want to dump too much energy because that will make the shot for Iowa easier, but you're also extending yourself. But at the same time, Artemis got too focused on trying to get the shot on Iowa. Gets taken down by Cyril from Iowa, the R60M. Iowa gonna pull up here, and we gotta remember the Tenryu was crit early before, so this might actually be a 2v versus 1 here for Legit Bongo. Iowa is a bit slower. Legit Bongo is trying to keep energy. We do have Tenryu in the back trying to stay alive, I think. But it looks like Treyx actually in an advantage here because Legit Bongo has to extend away, get some energy. He flares up that R60M. And no, actually it disconnects. No, he did not flare enough. It relocks and
relocks
Tenryu
onto his engines.
Was too damaged. going down, and that's gonna be Trex taking the first round with 2 players still alive. So very chaotic, 1-for-1 trades at the start, but just
Yeah, it was
absolute
four to
chaos.
two. Legit Bongo had 4 players up versus 2 on Trix, but Trix able to take down 2 players to even up to 2 apiece. Trix though being crit, kind of a 2v1 for Legit Bongo. Legit Bongo only getting a kill, and Artemis God as well for Team Legit Bongo. But over on Team Trix, it is going to be Surreal with 2 kills, 2 caps, and 8 Morts, and Iowa also getting a kill apiece. And Dynamite getting a cap as well for the team. It was looking pretty dire there for Trix, but they're able to come back and take round number 1 here from Legit Bongo.
Yeah.
I think it
No,
was Artemis God trying to go for the guns on Iowa, I believe, and then he was flaring, but I believe who was it? Um
I think
Possibly
Surreal.
Endermit, I think. No, Cyril was still
Yeah,
alive
Endermid was
and
taken
was
down
able
at the
to
start, and
lead
so
the
was
R60.
Dex was taken down as well pretty early on. But yeah, it's a Surreal, just R60M on Artemis God. While he's trying to get the shot onto Iowa up close, trying to secure the kill, maybe not paying too much attention. Somebody calls out probably missile on you, but just not flaring enough, I think, to get that R60M
Yeah,
to not miss him. And
led the R60 a little bit so that the Seer didn't spot the
and
flares.
and Tenryu just being a bit too crit, I think, from the head on with 8 boards, kind of trading out each other. He was still technically flying, but playing just 2 damage to help. So 2 versus 1 for legit Bongo, and he gets finished off by Iowa's R60M, but I think that's more because he just ran out of flares at that point. Because I mean, that was
Yeah,
absolute pure chaos in the merger after those 2 initial trades. I mean, every radar missile seems to have been fired with no kills. To be fair, it felt like almost all those R27ERs and AIM-7Ms from
yeah.
both
I'm not
sides
sure.
just
Maybe Enderman went down to the
yeah.
radar missile there, but pretty much everyone else going down to either guns or an R60.
Yeah, no, definitely Enderman at the start going down, and I think Dex also got traded back by R17ER, but after that, it felt like every ER and AIM-7M just did not find their mark, and just being down to guns and R60Ms at that point. But interesting round. I was really felt like the Jet Bongo was gonna take that from they got their first kill way earlier than Trex did, but well done by Trex to trade back. Of course, full commit head-ons and R60Ms for the win.
Yeah, Trex winning the first round there, just waiting for them to ready up to go into the second round here. Yeah, like I said, it was looking really good for Legit Bongo there, but Trix able to just whittle down the remaining players of Legit Bongo, able to get it back up and even it back up to a 2v2, and then back down to that 2v1 and finally winning the match, even though Enderman did go down at the beginning there, and Dex as well, able to just use the positions that they gained from the players going down and take out the players of Legit Bongo one by one there.
Yeah, no, very
So
well
we will
played by
see if
both
it
teams.
continues. Yeah, we'll see if it continues. The Trags can continue that pretty awesome comeback victory there and use that momentum to win the next round, or if OJ Bongo can maybe use their number advantages if they get another one to better effect in the next round here.
Already feeling like kind of a repeat of yesterday, where just the trades actually go in favor of Legit Bongo maybe to start, but just the 2v2s that get into the end or 2v1s just not being able to capitalize. I mean, Legit Bongo was trying his best, when to bait for Artemis God to come in, but just Artemis God being able to get killed by the R60M was kind of decided as we get into the second round here. But he's playing it properly, right?
Yeah,
Like
for
he
sure.
was keeping his energy. Like of course it's scary as I said with Iowa right behind him, but Iowa is using a lot more energy and momentum to try to pull in for the shots. But it just felt like in the end that like it wasn't worth it in the end. He was trying to keep his energy up, trying to stay out of Iowa's guns. Of course he presents himself a little bit, but trying to keep his energy up, and he was playing it, as he should to try to bait. But that R60M just kind of sealing the deal for his team. So unfortunate. I don't think I favor either of these teams right now because it feels like they are pretty equally matched. Maybe Legipunk are a bit better at the starting off trades, but Treyarch somehow surprisingly good at cleaning up once the trades have started, right?
Yeah, Legit Bongo definitely better at the opener, but the closers being Trix definitely helping them out. So pretty evenly matched here. Let's see if Trix can get maybe an early advantage this time and continue their winning streak here, or Legit Bongo will definitely learn from their mistakes before and not try and maybe focus on one player. If it gets down to a 2v2 and trying to focus on their individual 1v1s maybe, where they are stronger.
Artemis got here, going in between the mountains, just staying close to the mountains, making sure he doesn't get R2 yard. Two players actually here for Legit Bongo, really far on the left side of the map here. Didn't go for C, but they're going to turn in behind these players from Team Trex as they pull in. There's a big convergence of 3 players here, and they got players from Legit Bongo on all sides, so this could be really bad here for Team Trex. But Tenryu does manage to somehow dodge that R2 yard coming in late. Intermit's getting sent by Legit Bongo. 8 Morse does get Legit Bongo back though, critically damaged, and Tenryu will take down Endermit finally. Legit Bongo, or no, Tenryu takes out Cyril, critically damaged. Maybe.
And Artemis God takes out Iowa there as well. So
yeah,
definitely a lot better starting for Legit Bongo. Able to take down 2 players and still have 4 players up, but Cyril trying to get a shot onto Artemis God there, just missing Legit Bongo right behind him as well. His RWR is pretty much lit up.
Yeah, Dex takes down, and Artemis God also down as well. Down to just Cyril though, however. Down to a 2 versus 2 now. Legit Bongo was damaged, I think, as well by 8 Morse earlier in the game. So he's going to be damaged, I think, as well. So that's going to be an advantage for Cyril. But it's down to a 2v versus 1. You can see that he's very slow right now in that MiG-29. Legit Bongo, Cyril turning around, trying to keep energy while Tenryu comes in behind. He needs to finish off that other player, but maybe he can't. He's trying to stay under the guns of Tenryu here. Ticket bleed is on the side of Team Legit Bongo, though. And Trex being Cyril being the last player alive, of course. Is gonna make it to the kit please pretty quickly. Legit Bongo finally does fall to the critical damage from 8 Morse.
Yeah, going for the swim in the ocean there. So down to a 1v1. Tenryu in a little bit better position here. Cyril,
and he does manage to actually decap the point, which is good for Cyril. That means he can extend the dogfight for longer, of course. You know, and fuel might actually be the biggest factor here, I would say.
Yeah, but again, it's the same thing like last round. Legit Bongo with a crazy opening, taking down 2 players there, but then Trex able to get more trades in their favor, and now it's down to a 1v1 here between Tenryu and Cyril in the MiG-29. Tenryu a little bit better position, possibly. Doesn't look like any of them are going to get guns on just yet in this
both of them
fight.
Both of them just raiding in the loop, trying to get keep more energy than the other player, but also holding S as hard as they can. Maybe some flaps coming down for Cyril to try to get a little bit of an advantage as he's at the top of the loop to push himself down faster. But I mean, knowing. I don't know either of these players really myself, and I don't know how good they are at dueling, so this could go either way, I feel like. But both players seem pretty okay competent and, knowing that they should stay fast. But Cyril actually deciding that he's going to break up the fight, and he's not burning, so he might be on a fuel emergency here. Might become the factor, as I said earlier. Fuel on the
Tenryu also going off burner.
And no, going back on burner a little bit.
Maybe trying to get the point as well.
Yeah, kept the point, so he gets the ticket bleed. He does actually manage it, but Cyril needs to turn around. Of course, he's very slow, so I think this is the problem for Cyril. I think Tenryu might have more fuel than him, and he's not going to be able to pull out of the shots. He gets very, very crit, but he is still alive. Tenryu's got to watch out for it. It was only a fuselage really crit, and 1 wing spar, maybe aileron to control for 1 wing. Yeah, but his airframe damage is just too much. He cannot stay energy with Tenryu here. And I think that's going to be pretty easy for Tenryu to just stay above him, roll over on his back here, and finish off Cyril as Cyril slowly drifts downwards as his plane just has no energy left. That's going to be...
stalling out. Cyril going to go down to Tenryu, locking in the victory for Legit Bongo this round. So it was looking pretty shaky there, getting down to a 1v1, even with that amazing opening that Legit Bongo had again this round. But Tenryu able to secure the victory here through the 1v1. Against Cyril. Cyril maybe not having enough fuel for the 1v1 against Tenryu. Tenryu playing it nice there, winning the raid fight, forcing the extension, and coming back to take out Cyril. So Tenryu going to get 2 kills and 2 caps that round. Legit Bongo getting a kill and a cap, as well as Artemis God getting a kill as well. Cyril getting a kill and a cap that round for Team Trex, and 8 Morts getting 2 kills, but fortunately, Trex going to lose that round in this best of 5. Tied back up at 1 apiece now. I mean, same thing as last round, Cave. Legit Bongo with that really good opening, taking down 2 players of Trex, but Trex coming right back, taking out 2 more players, and I think Legit Bongo was crit as well in a gunfight.
Yeah, exactly. And
So
then
pretty
just
much
down to
down
Surreal as well.
down
Like,
to a 1v1.
looked like the 2v1, but Japongo just 2 crit, falls into the water when his plane just gives up the ghost eventually. And just down to a 1v1, but as I thought, the fuel being an issue, it looks like maybe the side of Legitpong carrying a little bit more fuel overall. Maybe Treyx trying to be really aggressive with these MiG-29s does not pay off for them in the end. I mean, it did pay off for them being able to trade back, but the lower fuel load, I think, between Surreal and what was his name there, Tenryu,
Tenryu.
just not paying off. I think Tenryu just had a little bit because he was able to burn to catch up to Surreal there. So I think he just had a little bit more fuel on his plane.
Yeah,
So,
coming down to a fuel fight, Surreal unable to take out Tenryu there.
which is
But
usually how it comes
it
down
might
to
have gone a
these.
little bit longer.
Yeah, it could
might
have
gone a little
definitely
bit longer if
gone.
it took a few minutes of fuel.
Could have definitely went off for longer. Of course, he's got to push that advantage of having lower fuel, but of course you don't know exactly how much fuel the enemy has, and Surreal kind of showed it off that he went for the cap and not burning. Of course, that he was not on a lot of fuel, so it's a good effort from Team Treyx to try to get that win as well, but I mean, maybe the more passiveness from Legit Bongo on, they have the initial kind of aggressive trades, but being more passive and playing the long game worked out for them this time. May it explain why they lost so many of the 1v1s yesterday is maybe as we get into the third round, is maybe they're playing for that passive long game and having more fuel and hopefully trying to win the fuel fight. So if they get the trades, they can play more passively, and Treyx is being more aggressive, I feel like.
Yeah, it's definitely a strategy that you can deploy, taking more fuel, being a little bit more passive, waiting for the enemies to burn more fuel off, and then if it gets down to 1v1, you will have more fuel at your disposal to use the speed to your advantage in a 1v1 or maybe a 2v2 towards the end. But looks like both teams going to keep the same plane lineup because they have both won a round with these lineups. But we are going to be switching sides on the map. Looks like Team Legit Bongo going to be flying from the top of the map here. Team Treyx down there in the bottom right, taking off from the orange airfield.
See, well, Dex going for an aggressive early climb. We have Iowa as well going for an aggressive early climb here to be able to get Overwatches. Other players staying low, so they're definitely just one player. The rest going pretty aggressively at low altitude, but only one player to actually check with his TLBS. They're all cranked over to the left, so you can check for where the enemy players are going to go. But Jibongo definitely more, as you can see it on the main map, there's so much more passive. 3 other players all at the top of the map, right? Just going around the top of A, just positioning themselves more passively. But 2 players going to be going in for middle. That Dex got to be careful. He's got 2 MiG-29s heading his way. And of course, if he gets stuck into the fight too early, his team will not be there to help him too quickly. Missiles coming out from both sides. But Dex hits that shot onto Endermid. Holy.
Wow, and crits him. Might
Yeah,
have
that was a
hit
nuts.
his wing there. Oh, it does.
That
Wow.
absolutely
Takes him out.
nuts snipe there in the deflection shot to hit that very beautiful shot. Insane start for Team Legit Bongo as Amorts barely dodges the 2 R27 yards. He pulls up for the stall, but that's going to put him in a bad situation here. He's got many players next to him to help him out, and he's actually going to try to launch missiles onto Legit Bongo as he gets taken out by the missile from Tenryu from the rear as Legit Bongo finally gets taken out. But that's going to be a horrible start to the round for Team Treyx as only one player survives, and he gets his R27 shot down there by the S-24's Artemis God over here on the A-cap, capping the point, while 2 players stay chase down Surreal. Gonna be looking like Legit Bongo is gonna take this round, I think.
Yeah, gonna be harder for Surreal to 1v1 when there are 3 players left for Legit Bongo. And none of them are damaged. I don't believe so. But Dex firing off the missile there. Surreal just able to flare it. See, Surreal could take out Tenryu here. Does only have S-24s and 1 R-60 left. Tenryu trying to extend away from Surreal because he knows Surreal's not going to be able to catch him. Dex coming in from behind as well.
Yeah, the Japanko don't wasting any effort though. They're gonna go for caps. One of their players gonna go for caps. Definitely one of these 2 players, keep Surreal
Yeah, Artemis
down.
God going for B and C to start the ticket bleed. Surreal being the last one alive, that ticket bleed is going to be a little bit faster.
Yeah, just giving him basically no chance to win this game because I mean he can only really just stay behind one player. Not much of a choice. You have 3 players on you. They're all in the same aircraft as well. At this point, you might as well just go for the full commit head on or the full commit fight and see who comes out on top, right?
And
As Dex
Dexter are going to be
instantly...
pulling in with the air brake, able to get it inside line there on Cyril, and again, but unable to pull up for the guns in that pass.
Surreal
Cyril a
pulling
little
up
bit
with
more
some energy. He's gonna go for the head-on with Tenryu here. They're gonna spray wildly at each other as Tenryu connects the shots onto Surreal, and his pilot will leave the aircraft and securing the second round for Legit Bongo.
Yeah, a lot better from Legit Bongo, able to push their advantage, getting that early kill onto Endermit. That beautiful snipe onto Endermit from Dex there. Didn't look like it was going to connect, but he able to clip his wing, I believe, the right wing,
Yeah,
knock it off.
that was a crazy shot by Dex on to start off the game for Endermit. I mean, just clips his wing and a mountain right in front of Endermit, finishing him off really quickly.
Yeah, but looking at the scoreboards, Cyril the only kill there for Trex in that round. Tenryu getting 2 kills and a cap. Artemis God getting both caps there at the end there to start the ticket bleed. Legit Bongo getting a kill, and Dex with that beautiful snipe onto Enderman at the beginning of the game getting a kill as well. So Legit Bongo definitely able to push their advantage in that round there against Trex for sure. Something they weren't able to do in the first 2 rounds there. So
Yeah, I mean, only Surreal getting a
definitely
trade back.
seems a lot better.
8 Morts really went for the fight, seeing that his teammate and Endermit went down quickly, knowing that he needs to push an advantage, right, or a disadvantage. Be really aggressive towards those players, but those players just did not give him an advantage. Like, they just give him, like, Artemis God and Legit Bongo, just not giving them or him a chance to even get a kill on either of them, really. Just staying a bit passive and just waiting for their teammates to come in.
For going straight up.
Yeah.
And able to
that was basically all they
push
wrote.
the advantage even more. Yeah.
For Team
So Legit Bongo will be 1 win away from getting that 5th place seeding for the playoffs. Trex trying to maybe force a game 5 here, gonna have to win the next round. But we'll see what happens if Legit Bongo can. I mean, Legit Bongo in the first 3 rounds have all had a crazy lead right at the start of the game, taking down either 1 or 2 players of Trex. Trex was able to come back in the second round there and win it, but it's going to be hard for them to do that 2 more times in a row if they want to get that higher place and get that 5th place seed for the playoffs. But we'll see what happens. Legit Bongo only 1 win away, and Trex gonna have to try and win this next one to force game 5. What are your thoughts, Katie? Do you think Legit Bongo will do another round where they are pretty much have an early kill and able to capitalize on that advantage, or do you think that the early kills will matter and Trex will be able to basically, even if they're at a disadvantage, come back and take out Legit Bongo this round?
Maybe they need to be themselves a bit more passive. Maybe watch out for the early merger with Dex and make sure he doesn't get a gunshot. Endermit probably just kept almost flying in a straight line. It felt like just didn't like, I just don't think he thought that Dex was actually gonna try to pull him for the shot, but perfectly leading it, of course. So a bit of surprise there, you know. You gotta be like, oh, he actually did pull in and actually did hit me, of course, as well, doing critical damage instantly. So maybe they need to be a bit more passive themselves, Trex, this time. Maybe they need to learn a little bit from Legit Bongo, just, you know, keep it cool. Maybe only send in 8 Morts to cause them chaos, maybe in the middle, instead of sending him over into the entire enemy team, because they are being very aggro. They had 2 players going down the middle to fight off Dex, who was solo, but 8 Morts, even with the information I feel like Iowa should be able to give him from the altitude advantage in the MiG-29, that there's 3 players basically in front of him, he still went out anyway. So definitely playing aggressive. So maybe next time you see 3 players in front of you, maybe, you know, say, okay, I need to be a bit more passive, or, you know, not pull up for the first shot that I get.
Yeah, but a little bit more passive play from Trex. Obviously, they are on the verge of elimination if they win this round, so maybe more passive play might be expected. Maybe Legit Bongo is expecting that and just play even more passive themselves, so it's going to be a passive off. Or if they're just going to stay really aggressive and maybe get the early map positioning, maybe try and take some area around the higher mountains that they can use as cover to try and use the mountains to drag the missiles into them. But we'll see. You went to Tank Fest today and the Chelly 3 got revealed? That's pretty sweet. I saw some pictures from Tank Fest.
Saw some
pretty cool.
videos and a shot of all the three Chellies, the Chelly 3, the Chelly 2 behind, and the Chelly 1 behind that as well. So all three of them in the same picture was pretty cool to see.
That's pretty cool. Definitely want to try and go to Tank Fest one of these years.
Yeah, I was also what to ask, especially during the heat wave. It would probably been pretty hot out there, especially since it's in a very flat field area with not a lot of cover around, no trees really in the distance for you to hide under. Was the times I went there as well. I've been there twice and it's been pretty warm both times. It's definitely a place where you need a nice sun hat and some water. Oh, okay, 22 is pretty good actually. I remember the first time I went there, I actually met Oxygen Thief and Mr. Copsy there as well. But it was very warm that year. Definitely regretted bringing no sun hat or a cap at least. So we have 40 seconds to force timer start for this round. Still waiting on, I think, a player from Legit Bongo to show up.
Yeah, I think Legit Bongo, the player, was might be restarting his game or something. But have to wait. But they do have another player in there of Gundisvan in case he does not show up in time. So it will be still a 4v4.
I'm just hoping that we have no issues with that, of course. 10 seconds.
When is it coming to War Thunder? How are we supposed to know? It just came out.
Exactly. We are no devs.
Maybe maybe put a suggestion on the forums for Challenger 3.
Challenger 3 in service module over the Challenger 3 tech demonstrator.
Yeah. So like next round is starting here, round number 4 between Trix and Legit Bongo. Let's see. I think it might be Gundisvan instead of Legit Bongo. Waiting for them to spawn in here.
Hopefully not. We have any technical issues. Actually, no, nobody's ready up. This is not okay. There we go. Legit Bongo has loaded in.
Legit Bongo is back.
A little bit late. Hopefully not too late.
Yeah, just a couple seconds. Shouldn't matter too much. But it looks like, yeah, no changes for both teams here. Trix still running the 3 MiG-29s and the 1 F-15A there. Legit Bongo with their 4 MiG-29s. Looks like Dex and 8 more. It's going to be going up the middle here. Looks to be sending, although it looks like Trix going to be sending one person all the way to the left, maybe for the C-cap. And there's only one player of team, oh wait, sorry, at the sides off. 2 players of Legit Bongo going to the left and only 1 player of Team Trix there, and it's going to be Endermit. Artemis God using the mountain to defeat that missile there, but almost relocked over the mountain. Endermit might have a shot here onto Artemis God. Does not take it. Is on the 6th of Artemis God now, but does have to be careful behind him as Legit Bongo takes out Endermit. Getting the early kill there for Legit Bongo, but Endermit, as he goes down, shoots down Artemis God. 8 more Centennial for the head on there. Does not look like the bullets connected, but Cyril also going down for Team Trix and Endermit. Losing his engines, critically damaged. Iowa going to be the last one up for Team Trix here, and as he goes down and severely damaged, Legit Bongo is going to send Trix out of the qualifier and lock them into that 6th place seed. Legit Bongo going to win that 5th place seed in the qualifier here. Man, that happened so quick there. For Team Trix, losing Endermit and Cyril, Iowa, and Aidmorts there in pretty quick succession, and only able to take down Artemis God.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like that was such a quick round. I didn't even have a word to say anything. It felt like that was the most dominant round by Legit Bongo there. The last one to send Trix out of the final there, and they get the 2nd place in this qualifier, which means they get the 6th seed place, and Legit Bongo gets the 5th seed place. And as we have
the scoreboard, we had Dex with 2 kills there, Tenryu with 2 kills, and Legit Bongo getting a kill, and Endermit the only kill for Team Trix. So Legit Bongo going to win the qualifier here, locking them into that 5th place seed.
Yep, so we say congrats to Team Legit Bongo there for coming back up, from losing that match yesterday versus Trix. and showing a bit stronger up today, showing a little bit more cohesion maybe, and a little bit better ability to finish off the clutches themselves. That, lost them the game yesterday, and that's gonna be it for us today. I feel like that was me and Jafafa, my lovely co-caster. You can find us or find me on YouTube and Twitch, and you can also find Jafafa on Twitch if he ever comes back to streaming. I would hope he does one day at least, a little bit. But
do want to say a big congratulations to the teams that qualified for the playoffs. They will be Team Covert, Team Warning, Team Nexus, Team Skyhammer, Team Legit Bongo, who you just saw, Team Trix, Team Olist, and Team ENP. So we will see them in the playoffs next weekend. Same time, I believe, same place as well here on the official War Thunder Esports stream. Make sure to join the official Esports Discord as well for any information on the upcoming tournaments that we will be broadcasting, as well as checking out the War Thunder news post that we will be putting out for the playoffs as well.
Yep.
But hopefully you guys stay cool out there in this summer heat. We will see you guys next time.
And I thank you all for joining us once again on this beautiful day of a Sunday. And, well, congratulations to everybody that qualified. And they will be in the playoffs next weekend, as Jeff said. And we will catch the games then, of course. And the real battle will start then for the actual prizes. So, and that's it for me and Jafafa. I'll see you next weekend. Maybe not with us casting, but with somebody else. That was all for us. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.